And others.
Yeah.
Amazon deliveries.
Well, I thought about that too. I don't need to slip and
lawsuit.
fall. Yeah, exactly.
Watch out.
Yeah, I'm telling you, what you should do is you should give Kelsey a call or text her and
Yeah.
say, hey, when you wake up, throw a little kitty litter on the stairs.
Yeah, I'll shoot her a text.
Perfect solution. Preferably.
But tell her not to go down the
Yeah.
steps
Don't
or you're
fall
going to get a
first.
Ring doorbell
Yeah,
notification.
preferably the one
as
that
well.
hasn't been used yet, but I suppose you could do that too. It's
Oh, no.
a way to dispose of it.
How's everybody else's morning, by the way? Before we get too deep
better
into
than
this.
yours.
Yeah.
It's great. It's good.
Okay.
So,
So you want to start with the Pistons?
yeah, I think we should. How about this team? 21 wins. There's only 2 teams in the NBA with 20 or more wins, and the Detroit Pistons are one of them. I do want to ask you the question because they're on pace for 60 plus. And I saw this yesterday where, hey, it's the fastest or what's the best record before, at 25 games. Obviously they're 26 now, but they were 20-5. And it's the best record to 25 games, second best in Pistons history since the season was
0506, I believe.
Yeah.
Where they won 64 games.
and which set the record for the Pistons in terms of wins for the season, but they were 22-3 at that time.
Okay.
So they get to 64. Now the question is this Pistons team, now that they're 26 games in, but are they for real? Are they, or there's a couple questions. Are they for real? Are they going to get to 60 plus wins? Or are they more like the Tigers where first to 20, first to 30, first to 40? They're not obviously the first in the NBA, but first in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
First to 20, first to 30, and then all of a sudden the tough times hit.
So we have a little PTSD in this city with some
Of course.
hot
And
starts.
we like to compare our teams. And
It's
general managers and who's going to win the next championship first.
So a couple things. 0506, that team had come off an NBA championship and a finals appearance, back-to-back finals appearances. I'm not willing to say necessarily that the current team is better, but the league is different. Where teams rarely took nights off 20 years ago, it's almost a nightly occurrence in the league today. So whether the
So you think
Pistons
there's
are...
some gift-wrapped wins in there?
Yeah, I think...
How about the ones that the Pistons take off?
They rarely take games off, right? That's kind of what makes this team so significant. Last night, their bench had 3 guys play 20 minutes. They're a deep team. They play hard. They're young in the sense that they're not taking any of this for granted. So I think they're going to bank a couple wins that they wouldn't get 20 years ago. And it's because they play a style reminiscent of 20 years ago, and much of the league doesn't. So, yeah, I think this team's for real. And I think the thing that you can hang your hat on, you want an identity. You want to know who you are night in and night out. And John, all of the defensive stats are loud for this team. They're 1, 2, or 3 in defensive efficiency, rim protection, steals plus blocks. They call that stocks. Every category, this team pops off the page. It leads to transition points. They're among the leaders in fast break. Now, I think they have a couple issues in the half court with playing a couple guys who can't shoot threes, but you can make up for it with rebounding, with defense, with running in transition, and you make up for it when you have a guy like Cade Cunningham who can break down a defense. So, yeah, I think they're real in every sense of the word. I think they have a real shot to have the 1 or the 2 seed in the East, and I think 60 wins is very much in play for this team.
I do think 60 wins is in play. My question is, because of the level of intensity that they play with on the defensive side of things, and with the era of basketball that we're in, is it sustainable?
Well, I think they got a motor.
Oh,
right?
There's no question they
Yeah.
do. And they've got the youth and they've got all of that, right? And
Yeah.
and they've got they do play really good team defense. They hustle. When you watch them move around and just the way that they pursue and switch things off, they are on the same page. They rarely make mistakes. It's going to happen, but
Yeah.
I just wonder if there is a wear and tear that affects them later in the season. And
Do they hit a bump?
Do they hit a bump? Yeah,
Because
And
one
do
bump
they-
throws the math off.
yeah, right. Because a team that was 22-5 ends up with 64 wins, and now a team that is 20-5 through 25, 21-5 through 26. Do they have that slip up and they only get to 57, 58? which is not bad.
Yeah, nobody's going to sit
No
here.
one's going to sit there and say, oh, well, they've just completely fallen apart.
But the top 2 seeds in the East are teams that win right around 60 plus
60 games.
So, again, this is the pacing they're on. I think they're actually pacing for like 65 wins right now. And I understand there's going to be a stretch where they lose 2 or 3.
Right.
There's going to be a stretch where they could lose 3 or 4. But I'll tell you, like, they took Jaylen Brown's best shot last night.
Mm-hmm.
He was getting his shot. They certainly benefited from some of his missed free throws and a poor shooting night from the Celtics collectively. But Detroit on the road, fighting, clawing, scratching, building up a fourth quarter lead and holding on.
Yeah.
They've done that plenty this season now. Like, you've seen a shift in trying to find a way to win where they were maybe a year ago or even the year before where they're trying to stop a 28-game losing streak. They've turned a corner. And they are a team that can hold leads, shut you down, find a way to win on the road even when it's not a great night. And I think some of that's because of the depth, because they're not leaning on, of course you're leaning on Cade, but not any one other guy where, boy, if he doesn't score 25, they're screwed.
Here's what I think is fun about the Pistons. And yeah, okay, obviously it's fun that they're winning. They play a fun brand to watch. I struggle watching NBA games. I 100, and I'll be the first to admit it. I do not like watching NBA games. There's only a couple of teams across the league that if they're on, I'll be, oh, okay, I'll watch, or a couple of players. But the fact that our team, that we get a chance to see every single time, they play a fun brand of basketball. It's fast-paced, it's active, it's aggressive, and watching Cade continue to be the Cade Cunningham we all dreamed that he would be when he was drafted, it's really fun to watch.
There is video. I'm not going to post it because I don't need people seeing my house, but I'll show you,
wow.
and I'll show you.
How much of your house can they see?
You can't see in the house.
Can you see
but
the
for
address?
Privacy. No, well, for privacy, but I'll show you guys.
I get that.
Okay,
We don't-
all right, yeah.
I mean, I could Google it, but
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Do you want to see it?
Yes, I
Yeah.
do.
So go ahead and hit play, and you can just share with people what happens in this video.
All right. He is walking down the stairs. I will say this. All right. The arms went wide. And you instantly popped up to a knee. So kudos for not staying. The one thing about football players, right?
Yeah.
And I know you know this from your dynamic high school football playing
course.
days.
Elite athlete.
Is you can't win, you can't block anybody on the ground. Great job. You're going to get knocked down at times, but you got to pop back up, and you pop back up instantly.
that's awesome. I need to see it again.
Yes. Oh, I know. I need it on a reel. Like
I wish
just
it was
keeps going.
during the day so it was a little bit brighter because you kind of, it's hard to see everything.
And here's the other thing too: is I know there's audio to it. So
There wasn't
what's-
like a. I mean, I'll play it for you when we're not on
didn't
the air, but I
scream?
didn't like yell out or.
Yeah, I don't think that's probably what it was, but
You thought it was like a whiny little.
Ryan.
The tears.
I fell down.
My knee
Yeah.
and my elbow.
Kelsey! Help! I've fallen and I can't get up.
That was awesome.
So everybody's having a better start to their Tuesday than I am. Coming up next, the Tigers added Jansen. We got some thoughts on that. It's 97.1.
Hey Detroit, it's Heather here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-Verizon/.
If you're injured in a car accident, you need to find someone who cares about you, and that's Lawrence KG at KG Law. KG Law, one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents. So as these roads get slick, as people don't know what they're doing, if you find yourself in that spot, Lawrence KG has won millions of dollars for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. If you, a friend, a loved one, someone you care about, is injured in a car accident, you need KG Law. 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. That's KAJY. KGCares.com. Tigers added Jansen. Get to that in a second. Some of your response to the Pistons, the 60-win question.
Yep.
And are they for real? First text says we play defense. We have a closer. We're 100% an East contender at minimum.
I think so.
Yeah. So what does that translate to? Should have home court in the first round, can win a couple series, can challenge to win the East.
Yeah.
Pistons are completely sustainable. They have Cade and a supporting cast around him that'll get Cade the Oscar.
Well, and the great thing about what we've already seen, we've seen this team be good with Cade. We've seen them win without him. And so there's going to be stretches, and we know Cade is we want him to play every game. Mm-hmm. But through the history of his career, like there's been stretches where he's missed. So if you can be a team that can stem the tide, you don't have to win every game that your star is out, but you got to be able to win some of them, and they have.
Well, that's the other key, man. The no nights off for this team. And they don't do a lot of load management. They don't have a lot of scheduled coaching nights off for their best players. And Cade may tweak something. I mean, knock on wood. But you're right. They're a deep team, and they won't go in the tank.
Yep.
Guys, I'm surprised Costa wasn't blaming Yzerman or Holmes for why he fell. They're the source of much misery.
Yes. On Twitch, it says Jim starts selling winter helmets to go to work. I wonder if Doug wears his helmet while shoveling. A helmet collab with you and Doug.
Oh, no. All right, John, the Tigers added Jansen. You got to love that.
Oh, hell yeah. I just wish he was 77.
He could here.
I think, Greg, you mentioned this the other day. Like, he's 74. Or, no, it was Evan. I think he mentioned, Mr. Jansen is 74.
He could change his number.
Could, yeah.
So closer has bounced around, is approaching 500 saves. Mm-hmm. What did you make of the move?
I think it's a great move. I think it's a great addition. And even if it's you more arms, especially more arms with experience as you get towards the end of the season, hopefully he stays healthy, hopefully all those things, and he's still effective. But, yeah, you want that experience coming out of the bullpen.
Yeah, he's got 20 career playoff saves. This is the end of his career. This is the end of the line. You have some experience. The strikeouts have gone down. Swing and miss, as you lose a little bit off the top is a concern, but he was still super productive a year ago, and he's another chip and a piece in this bullpen. Because will he be the closer every single game? We know AJ doesn't roll that way. He's going to play the matchups, and it just gives him one more guy to mix and match in the bullpen.
Yeah.
I got no issue with the move.
It's a quality move. So is that the audio?
That's the sound. No, not from that. It's a commercial. My second question was more snarky and smarmy. Is this the biggest move they're going to make?
I really hope not. I don't think so. But we have no proof that says it's not.
How big a move do you think they make? Is there like an infield bat they add? Maybe Ha-Seong Kim, who Evan Petzel brought up with us, I think it was last week.
I do think that they add an infield bat. I really do. And, it's to think it's going to be on the level of Bregman. I don't know.
I'm not expecting that.
I'm not expecting it. I guess I'm entering more fan mode of I'm hopeful that they add something on the level of Bregman, but I do think at a minimum they add a quality bat in the infield.
Need to.
Yeah.
They've talked a lot about adding pitching this offseason publicly.
Need to. I mean, I think it's more than a need. I think it's a have to.
Yeah. because last year in the playoffs, they could not generate a big hit. The year before in the playoffs, games 4 and games 5, couldn't generate a big hit. ALDS back-to-back years, and it's pretty obvious you're going to need someone that can deliver a big knock in the postseason, and it can't just be all of our young guys are going to take giant leaps forward.
Right.
Help those guys. Have a longer lineup. Gleyber Torres may have been an unexpected opt-in, but it can't be viewed as an addition when he was already on the team. You got to have somebody else on top of that.
Correct.
248-539-9797. We'll see whose team you're on, Team John or Team Jim, coming up at 6:35 this morning. It's a good Lions question. Try to take the pulse of the people. We're going to get Dan Campbell's thoughts later in the show today. 8:02, we'll talk to the Lions head coach. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, the night before Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle were found murdered in their home, Rob and his son Nick got into a very loud public argument. So it happened Saturday night at Conan O'Brien's Christmas party. And sources say that after the argument, which a lot of people overheard, Rob and Michelle left the party. And people say Nick's overall vibe was kind of strange. People are calling it creepy, his vibe at this party. Family sources told TMZ that Michelle had been telling friends over the last few months that she and Rob were like at their wits' end with Nick and his mental illness and his drug abuse and issues, that they said they've tried everything they could to help him. So apparently there's been issues between them for a little while. And then after the murders on Sunday, Nick was found by authorities about 15 miles away. He has been arrested. He's being held without bail. He's also on suicide watch. According to TMZ, he had checked himself into a hotel around 4 a.m. Sunday morning. And apparently when staff came to the room later that day, they found like blood on the bed and in the shower. Sheets were covering the window.
God, it's horrific.
It's just the tragic details just keep unfolding, and it's such a sad story.
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah. There's a porch pirate on the loose in Macomb, and investigators are asking for help to identify him. So Chesterfield Township Police released a doorbell camera image of a man falling down the stairs. No, just joking. Of a man suspected of stealing dozens of packages in the area over the last couple of weeks. If you can tell who he is, give police a call. Police are urging residents to use doorbell cameras, security cameras, maybe try to make your deliveries less visible. You can tell the drivers to, put them around the back door or hide them behind a bench or whatever you have, a planter, so that they're not easily visible to porch pirates. A sad story out of Detroit. 3 people are dead, including a teenage girl, and 2 others are injured following the second deadly house fire in 2 days in Detroit. So the fire broke out at a home right around 6 a.m. on Monday. Firefighters got there quickly. They got there 5 minutes later. They found a man outside who then said, "Hey, you got to get in there. There's still people trapped in the home." Well, crews were able to pull out a young girl, this teenage girl, and an elderly woman, but 2 others were trapped up on the second floor. And it sounds like firefighters say there was a lot of clutter in the home, which really slowed down their rescue mission. 2 dogs were also in the basement of the home. They survived the fire, but this fire follows another fatal fire that took place the day before where a 6-year-old was killed in Detroit. So very sad. Not so sad. A massive $32 million winning lottery ticket was sold in Michigan, right around here. According to the Michigan Lottery, 1 ticket matched the winning Lotto 47 numbers drawn on Saturday to win the game's $32.91 million jackpot. The ticket was bought at Wild Bill's Tobacco in Chesterfield Township. So far, the winner has not come forward yet. Maybe they know and they're just trying to get their ducks in a row before they come forward. But either way, no one's come forward, so check your tickets.
Might not have woke up yet. Might not even realize
Maybe not. So the previous record was set in November of 2020 when 2 lucky players split $32.3 million. And those tickets were sold in Ferndale and Lake Odessa. So
wow.
And this was the largest jackpot ever for the Lotto 47.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Did you guys play?
No.
Lotto 47?
No, just the Powerball.
Powerball. Oh, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. Played that.
Yeah, you can't win if you don't play.
That's right.
Exactly.
I had a ticket too. We got another chance. When's the next chance?
Tomorrow night, I think. Wednesday night?
When?
Or is it Thursday? I don't
What day
remember.
is it? It's
Today's
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
I got to double check when the Powerball is. I'd like to say Wednesday, but I also was confused
sounds
on what
right.
day it was.
Yeah.
Hey, listen to this. There is a guy in Delaware that kind of got in his last minute entry for the dumbest criminal of the year.
Oh.
Just in time, right? So he got arrested last week after he called the cops and told them that the car he stole just got towed. Yeah. So he did admit that he stole the car. He wasn't trying to hide that, but he said he left some personal items behind in it, and he really wanted to get those items back. And basically, they tracked him down. They arrested him the same day, and they did eventually find the car at a nearby tow lot. His belongings were there, safe and sound, but he probably won't be getting them back anytime soon. He is facing charges for felony theft of a motor vehicle.
Why wouldn't he just drive to the tow lots?
Well, he didn't have
in
a
the
car.
area?
Or walk.
Or
Uber.
hitch a
just say-
ride. Or,
Yeah.
Goodbye, belongings. I don't need you.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know. His
what
ID
in
was
there?
probably in there.
You didn't steal another car to go to the lot.
Yeah, he's already shown he'll do it once. That's Heather with the news. And the award goes to
Yes.
Dumbest Criminal. All right, it's 97.1. Is this one good with you? It's not Mariah, so you're on board with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's his favorite kind of block.
The Wham!
Yes. Thank you, Greg. I do love the wham block. Set up that 3 technique and just destroy him.
All right, what we want to do now is we want you guys to tell us if you're Team Jim or Team John.
Mm-hmm.
And you know where we're at with this Lions football season and this Lions football team. Whose outlook do you share for the rest of the way? Team Jim or Team John? Glass half full or glass half empty?
Mm-hmm.
John, just state for people where you're at as the Lions go down the stretch.
Well, when I look at the way that the offense is playing, and I know that they had 3 drives in the second half where they, 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, and that did not help at all in winning that football game. However, since Dan Campbell has taken over the play calling, first in yards per play, third in points scored, fourth in touchdowns, 32nd in turnovers. And Jared Goff has been really good this year not throwing interceptions. And I know we like to look at all of them and say, oh, that was a terrible throw. And I know some of the detriments to this team. We've talked about them ad nauseum, and I know you're going to bring them up. So I'll leave that to you. Well, you're half empty.
I know.
I prefer, because the playoffs are still on the table, to look at it and say, do I think that the Bears are going to win enough games, or will it come down to Week 18? I think it comes down to Week 18. I do believe that the Lions win against the Steelers. It's a short week for the Steelers. I know that they won last night. There were some things that they did where like, okay, yeah, Aaron Rodgers is still obviously an NFL starting quarterback. He's older, but still productive. The defense, I don't know that they're going to have TJ Watt. So, and I'm not going to go through everybody's roster and everybody's availability report. I think the game against Minnesota is going to be a game where this is a get-right game. The Lions don't lose back-to-back games. And I know that, it leads you to believe that they're going to beat the Steelers. But they haven't won back-to-back games, but they lost to Minnesota. And I think that one is eating at this entire group. I don't believe that they go to Minnesota and take a loss. And it really will come down to that final game. I believe that this team is going to be playing for a playoff spot against the Chicago Bears at Soldier Field. They're going to win it, and they are off to the playoffs. That is your glass half full.
Glass half empty. I think you fight, you scratch, you claw, you never quit. I'll root like hell for this team, but they don't have the benefit of the doubt anymore.
Oh, come on. Don't put that cherry on top of that that sandwich that you're selling.
Well, I just know how I'm going to get painted into a corner. I'm going to root for this team until the bitter end, but do I believe in this team? I do not. I don't. I don't think they deserve the benefit of the doubt. I think they've shown us who they are repeatedly for the better part of 2+ months. And the defense, John conveniently didn't bring that up because the defense has been a disaster for the better part of a month now.
Defense has not been good.
And they're not getting reinforcements. They're not getting healthier. Guys are shut down for the season. Brian Branch is done. It's a huge loss. Terrion Arnold, done. Brian Branch, but also his safety partner, Kirby Joseph. We have not been getting good news on him. I wouldn't be surprised if he's done for the season. So you don't have a lot of solutions. The front seven was healthy and just got run on. So for this team to make the playoffs, the best path is winning out, including beating the Bears. I'm not sold they're beating Minnesota. I'm not sold they're beating Chicago. I'm not giving this team the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
248-539-9797. Who has the pulse of the people? Who do you more relate with right now as a Lions fan?
Are we keeping score?
Yeah, I want to keep score.
All right, we're going to tally this up.
With texts, with phone calls, we'll do a little T.
Yeah, now behind the glass there, we want to make sure that this is an honest score because I don't keep the ticket texts up. I do keep the Twitch crowd engaged, but I want to make sure that you're not doing some funny stuff with the numbers over there.
You think so little of me.
I do.
You think I would cheat the math?
I do.
You think I'd only add up the people who agree with me and not read the text of people who agree with you?
I do. Confirmed.
So you know how we can't cheat it? Is you say it out loud on the phone.
Yeah.
If you call in, no one can deny your position. No one can play funny math with it. 248-539-9797. Pulse of the people. Are you glass half full? Team John. Are you glass half empty? Team Jim. How do you feel about this team?
I think Kelvin Shepard is going to find a way to adjust. He has to find a way to adjust. And it can't just be, let's leave Amik Robertson, let's leave DJ Reed on an island. They have not been good on those islands, and it's happened time after time after time. Their backs are against the wall. He's going to have to give them some safety help. He's going to have to, and in doing that, it decreases your ability to rush the passer because now you've got to have those linebackers dropping into coverage as well. You're going to have to win up front. Find a way to get some wins. That's going to put more on Aiden Hutchinson. We need an appearance by Aleem McNeil. And you look at that defensive front, and I know I'm talking about all of the things that need to happen. We haven't seen it, but I do believe Calvin Shepard is a smart coach. I know that he is going to have to make some of those adjustments, especially going up when they play Minnesota against Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, TJ Hawkinson. You're going to have to make adjustments. But if you pressure J.J. McCarthy, I think you're going to get to him. I think you will rattle him. He will throw you the ball. He hasn't gone. I don't think it's a game. I know they made him a slip up at the end of the Sunday night game when Tirico said, "Hey, this is the first game he hasn't thrown an interception." They forgot about the very first series of the game.
Yeah.
And it was tipped, but it's still an interception. He will throw you the ball.
I just know Minnesota's playing better. JJ's settling in a little more. They're able to pressure the quarterback, which is a huge concern for Detroit from the first meeting, and I don't think it's been cleaned up front yet for this team. If Detroit can't consistently run the ball in big games, and they haven't been able to, it just puts them in a tough spot. Because the offense has to be near perfect, and if you don't stay balanced and you can't run it against the best teams, not every week's going to be the Rams. You're not playing the Rams every week, but it's going to be what we've seen over and over and over again. Good, not great. This team's shown us over and over again. Good, but not good enough. And they're going to have to be near perfect. I mean, we can dance around and say they could get in at 2-1, but realistically, they got to go 3-0 here. They got to be perfect, and they have been anything but perfect. 248-539-9797. All right, I got the scoring system ready. I know those guys back there will help us out.
Okay.
Let's get to the people. Adam, Team John, Team Jim.
Hey, morning, guys. I'm Team Costa. Sorry, John.
Disappointed in you, Adam.
I call it enough. I'm sorry. But no, the way this has been playing, we came into this season, we knew we weren't going to be healthy the first part of the season, and we thought we were going to be an actual, top 12, top 10 defense. That just hasn't happened, even with a healthy-ish defense. And that's because Brad Holmes has not went into his little piggy bank and gotten help on that pass rush. They get no pressure. Their cornerbacks can't even hold up with, the top-tier wide receivers, which, it's a big ask to match up with Devontae and Nakua. But you're asking another year for the offense to be perfect. I know last year you kind of had to because of all the injuries, but I'm to the point where I am going to root for them, but I'm going to be rooting for them to take a downfall this year to get a wake-up call for Brad Holmes.
Adam, let me ask you this question. Adam, this offense went out there, and they weren't perfect against the Rams. It was going to be really hard against that defense, one of the top 3 defenses in the league, and they put 34 points on them. Do you believe that they can just or are you hoping that they can just simply outscore the final 3 opponents?
There's no doubt that they should outscore the final 2 or 3 opponents. Even if they go into that Chicago game, that's not a given they're going to win because Chicago, they've learned how to win with Ben Johnson, and they have a mobile quarterback that can extend plays.
Who's not turning the ball over, by the way, either. Like, whatever we think of Caleb Williams, he's done a great job limiting interceptions. So if you don't get takeaways, this defense doesn't get takeaways, that's a huge issue.
Chicago's running the ball effectively, too, and they just have a better defense than you. Yes, you can stop the teams that they have the lackluster quarterbacks. You can. Heck, you couldn't even stop J.J. McCarthy at home. So,
it's fun.
That feels like more of a one-off.
Sorry. Yeah, maybe. I just don't think there's many givens down the stretch for this football team.
I'm not saying there's a lot of givens.
Well, that's why I don't feel very confident.
Okay, and you don't have to. We want to know it from our listeners.
I do see people who are Team John. We'll take those phone calls next. I'm not holding out on you. 248-539-9797. Are you glass half full, glass half empty? We are keeping score. We're competitive people. Do you believe in this football team, or are you a skeptic? It's 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel is the number one sports book for same-game parlays. And we just talked about how great our basketball team is playing. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in the same app. It's one easy-to-use app, so download the app now. And right now, it's the perfect time to join. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So pick a heavy favorite, bet the money line, and your odds are in your favor. You're going to get $150 in bonus bets if that $5 bet wins. So bet the players you love the way that you want. Head to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're competitive people, so of course we're going to keep score. Team Jim has the first vote. Are you Team Jim or Team John? Glass half full, glass half empty. Lions down the stretch. Getting into playoffs, you let us know. Kim in Canton, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Kim. How are you?
I'm fine, and you guys?
Oh, we're doing
Good.
great.
That's good. I am totally Team John.
Yes.
I believe in my Lions. Yes, they will pull it from the bootstrings. They'll pull them boots up. They're going to get out there. They're going to get the job done. We coming for kneecaps. We coming with all the grit. We can do it.
That's
They're
right.
going to do it.
There you go. I appreciate, Kim, that you're a great fan and that you believe.
Of course, always. Have been since they've been playing at the Pontiac Silverdome. When my dad took me for my first game, that is my team through thick and thin. I believe in them.
Kim, do you believe Dan Campbell, now that he's calling the plays, they're just simply going to be able to outscore their final three opponents?
Yes, I do. And I'm hoping that they make some changes. You know, he can get him an offensive coordinator. I love Dan calling the plays, but I just, you know, he on the sideline, I mean, him being there, he's a terrific coach. And I want him doing more with that instead of having to call the plays. He's doing good. He's utilizing the players that he have. I'm glad to see, you know, with Jamison Williams starting to get some, you know, getting plays for him. My O-line, to me, is really starting to look better. I mean, if you looked at our last game with the last game, they actually was giving Goff time to be able to look down the field and, you know, try to, you know, piece who do he have? Who can he hit? Who's his target going to be? I think when Goff gets more of a confidence that, okay, my O-line, they're going to continue to keep doing this, and I'm going to have the time to be able to search and make these plays, let my eyes scan the field, he's going to get better, and we're going to do it. We're going to do it.
All right.
Yeah,
Thanks,
look,
Kim.
I won't dispute the first half.
Love
it looked
good
like
fans.
they gave. You're not a bad fan if you're skeptical. Let's nip that in
saying
the bud right
I love
now.
good fans.
Okay, you can be a good fan and care about your team, and also be concerned about
You
your
could be
team.
a Debbie Downer, yeah.
You could see it for what it is.
Or you could be hopeful.
You could be, but I don't know what you're basing it on. So I was just going to say, even in that game, they couldn't run the football.
No, they struggled running the ball. But,
Right, and that's been a theme.
They
that
were able to go over the top a little bit.
Yeah, but they've struggled to run the football in a lot of big games this season.
34 points against that defense. That's impressive.
One vote for John. Let's get to the phones. Let's get to Frank in Grand Blanc. Frank, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Great show.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
I'm definitely Team John.
My man.
And my reason is because the first half they played against the Rams. If they play like that, they can beat anybody. They went brain dead in the third quarter. I get it. And I was disappointed. But they came out and they were firing on all cylinders and they scored 24 points and they looked really good. And I think we just got to clean up a little bit of what happened in the third quarter because they did that with the same players in the first half that they did in the second half, you know, and if they can compete like they did in the first half, I think they can play with anybody.
Frank, I agree with you, obviously. Appreciate you calling. Appreciate you being a good fan.
He's already tainting the jury pool. You can call in and be a good fan and say you don't think they're going to get in.
Oh, yeah, and you don't think your smarm is carrying over the airwaves?
Never. Bronco in Detroit. Great name. You're on 97.1. What's up?
Thank you, sir. I'm also ex-Michigan State alumni. Shout out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna lie. I hate to rain on you guys' parade. It's kind of funny listening to the reactions. I'm on team halfway empty.
There you go.
Yeah. Well, Bronco's going to run out of gas.
Hey man, it's all right. I got a electric car for backup. But
Of course, you'd be Tim Costa.
Of course.
Yeah, you want to talk about tainting the jury pool?
No, but honestly, guys, I think what's unfortunate listening to the show is the exact reason. See, the owners know that the fans in this town are so happy to have a winner after all these years of losing that, ironically, that's what I think is going to happen. I think that as usual, they are going to perform. They're going to win against Pittsburgh. They're going to get the revenge game against Minnesota. It is going to come down to the elimination game in Chicago. And, oh, my God, I think that is when all our nightmares are going to come true. The Chicago Bears are going to eliminate us for the last playoff spot and force us to deal.
Stop interrupting your guy.
And force us to deal with the reality of what you guys have been identifying as our weaknesses all along and make Brad Holmes do some moves. It's going to put him on the hot seat and force us to have the worst offseason that we've had so far.
Thanks, Bronco. 2-2. All evened up. Let's get to David on a cell. Half full, half empty. Team John, Team Jim.
It's a tough way to go into the holidays.
I'm sorry, Team John, but I'm Team Jim on this one.
Go.
As much as I think the Lions can potentially win out, they're too dependent on other teams losing to be able to get that playoff spot. And unfortunately, Chicago's been too hot. I don't see how we've been trying to put Chicago off on the back burner and say they're not real, but their record is showing that they're more real than we are right now.
Yep, can't deny it. They went into Philadelphia and won that game, ran for almost 300 yards. Like, there's a greater confidence in Chicago finding ways to win than Detroit.
You think Chicago goes to San Francisco, who's also playing really good right now, and gets a win all the way over on the West Coast?
I think they have a very good shot of winning it. Yes, I absolutely do.
So, again, they're going to face Green Bay first without Parsons, which I think they played them so tight in Lambeau with Parsons.
Lump of coal for you.
You give them the nod there. And, then if they beat San Francisco, it doesn't even matter what happens in Week 18. But in Week 18 at their house, they're playing better than us. So can the Lions make it? Yeah, to his point, to John's point, they can. But you don't believe they will. They haven't shown you enough. You don't get the benefit of the doubt when you've been going win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. When your defense is taking on water and your run game isn't as reliable as it once was and certainly doesn't show up in any big games. So that's 3-2 me. Let's get to Kevin in Garden City. Kevin, which team are you on? What's up?
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I greatly appreciate it. Listen, I'm Team Costa all the way, and here's why. And I don't think I'm a bad fan because of it. It's like a child, man. Hope springs eternal. When you have a wayward child, you always believe that child is going to do better no matter what. You always just kind of believe it. But at the same time, the Lions have showed us exactly who they are, and nothing has changed to kind of change the mindset. No changes have occurred with the offensive line, the defensive line, to change the mindset to actually give hope. So, yeah, I believe it. I absolutely do. I believe in this team. But do I think that they are going to make it to the playoffs? No, I do not.
So you don't believe?
Many hurdles involved.
So you don't believe?
I believe in the team. I believe in them, but I don't think that they'll make it. Like I believe in a wayward child. I believe that they'll do better, but they have to show it. So I believe, but common sense reigns eternal. Hope springs eternal, and so does common sense.
Okay, so you don't believe that they'll make the playoffs?
I'm Team Costa. How's that, John?
You're going to have to say the words.
He did. This felt like an independent voter. You know, like in an election season, and it's like we're both trying to pull and tug at it. Get the votes. Those votes count.
Come on.
Does anybody believe?
Yeah.
It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. With a 112-105 win over the Celtics last night, the Pistons improved to 21-5 this season with wins in 6 of their last 7 games. Cade Cunningham had a team-high 32 points and 10 assists. He knocked down a season-high 6 triples as well. For Boston, Derek White and Jaylen Brown combined for 65 points in total, but the Pistons shut down the Celtics' three-point efforts as a team, holding Boston to just 26% from deep. After getting burned behind the three-point line last time out against Boston, Javonte Green said that was a focus for the defense entering last night's game. The Pistons are off until Thursday against Dallas. Yesterday, Michigan football interim head coach Biff Poggi spoke with some media members about the program in the wake of Sharon Moore's firing and arrest. He said the players on the team feel betrayed. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I am making notes on all the texts, John.
Oh, okay.
We'll tally those up. I think Greg has a poll question as well. You want to vote on X at Costa and Jansen with Heather. Are you team Jim? Are you team John? Are you glass half full? Are you glass half empty? As we go down the stretch, 3 games to go for the Lions. Are they getting in the playoffs or not? John, you are half full.
I am. I generally am.
And I am half empty.
It's always a chance. They could go out there, be that offense that we've seen under Dan Campbell as the play caller. I mentioned it already. Since he took over, first in yards per play, third in points scored, fourth in touchdowns. 32nd in turnovers. They possess the ball. And I think against all of these teams, and I know that they won the turnover battle against the Rams, but it was going to take more than just that. The teams that they're playing are not the Rams. They're not that defense, even though the fact is they scored 34 points, the most points that Rams defense has given up this year.
What is the team's record since Dan Campbell took over play calling and the offense has gotten more explosive? Things I don't deny. But the record is what?
You have it in front of you. It's probably 500.
Which game did he take over? Yeah, it's got to be 500 because they go win, loss, win, loss. So even with this supercharged offense, the defense has taken on so much water that they can't string together wins. And to make the playoffs, got to win 3, you think? 2 even possible, but you need a lot of help. And John, the defense has struggled. The offense, even as explosive as it is, doesn't have a run game in gut check time, which is what this is effectively now, gut check time. Mm-hmm. So I don't think they deserve the benefit of the doubt.
Well, I think the offense has adjusted to what they know what their strengths and weaknesses are. And to be able to go over the top, and especially since Dan Campbell has taken over, Jamison Williams has exploded on the scene. We heard it early in the season. Like, we heard it in camp. Like, hey, this is going to be a breakout season for J-Mo. And it just was the right comment by the wrong guy.
Yeah. The other reason I'm glass half empty is I hate the position they've put the Lions fans in. Like, I'm watching last Sunday, rooting for the Cleveland Browns. You know how painful of an experience that is? To be reduced to begging Shedeur Sanders to string together consecutive passes and avoid the critical mistake. You now have to root for other teams. That's a pathetic place to be. Well, Nobody wants to be there.
You don't, and I know that, hey, when Chicago and Green Bay play this weekend, you're not rooting for the Packers to win. You are rooting for the Bears to lose. There is a distinct difference in that.
Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Team John, Team Jim, Tom in Clarkston. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm with John on this one.
There you go, Tom.
You know, when you play 10 years as a top-tier offensive lineman in the NFL, he's got the mindset of, hey, we can take on anybody any week. I don't care what position you're in. We're going to go out there and give it our all. We're going to Is Aaron Rodgers going to light us up? No. Is J.J. McCarthy going to light us up? No. If we can go into Chicago after winning those 2 games, put it on the line, I'm with you, John, all the way.
Yep. And Tom,
it's not like J.J. McCarthy could have a day against this defense.
Well, I mean, it was a one-off. And so, Tom, I that's the mindset. I appreciate you identifying that in me. Do you think Dan Campbell has that same mindset and is instilling that same mindset in his players?
I think so. I think he's a little bit embarrassed from, after the last 2 years that we've seen him top tier. I think he's really going to have him ready. And I just think that, 2 out of 3, maybe 3 out of 3. I'm with you all the way on that one, John.
Yep. Here we go. Thanks, Tom.
Dan in a car. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
This conversation reminds me of one that we had in the fall about the Tigers, and people were calling in saying that they would rather see the Tigers lose so that they could learn their lesson about not adding enough people down the stretch. And I think people would rather be right and say, I told you so, than see their teams win with the current state of affairs that we're in this world. It's kind of crazy to me. I believe that the Lions are going to win out. And I feel I would say my glass is 3/4 full.
All right.
This is the NFL.
Yeah.
Right? Anything can happen in the NFL. 3 wins is not by especially with the teams that we're facing at the last 3, it's not a extremely daunting task. We knew it was going to be difficult to win last week, and they were not only in the game, they were in control for a good period of time. And every team in the NFL right now, there's no more Rams left. And so there's zero doubt that we can win this. They don't need the benefit of the doubt. That doesn't mean that they will. But, just wanting them to lose, that's one of the callers just said that. I'm rooting for them to lose so that they can learn their lesson. And that's just insanity to me.
Yeah, Dan, that's not where I'm going, but we do have a diverse coalition over here on Team Glass Half Empty. There are those who want them to lose. I don't want them to lose. I just don't think they're going to get it done based on what I've watched this season.
Mm-hmm.
A couple texts that aren't votes. Chicken Little Costa, why is the sky always falling? Doom and gloom. I mean,
that sounds like a vote for me. It really does.
They have to expressly say glass half full or empty or Team John or Team Jim, or we're not counting it.
That seems half full. But
yes, John, call out the smarm. You go, you handsome devil. Did you text this in?
No, I did not, but I agree. It seems like Team John.
People calling you handsome. We're counting those votes.
Yeah.
I swear, you guys will come on the radio January 5th after the Lions have fallen short, and John will still try to tell you they can get in. And that Jim's too pessimistic. Patrick in Grand Rapids. Can I count that one?
No, he didn't say it.
Let's get to the phones. Let's get to Melvin. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, guys. I'm going to go with the cardiac cats. I'm Team John.
All right.
But this is why the Lions will win out. It's something that they did, not with this Rams game. When they started using Gibbs as a receiver, I think that's unguardable.
Yeah.
And have Montgomery in that backfield, it puts 101s all across the board. And if the Lions can come up with a scheme like that, I think they're going to roll. And I think Chicago, they're going to give us a heart attack.
Yeah.
They're going to pull it out. Lions 28, Chicago 17.
So that's a Team John.
Calling his shot, yeah.
He's got him in. That's 5-4. You.
Ooh.
Brad and Waterford. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, I'm definitely with Team Cookies. John, I love you to death, but I think you're half full of something here.
Well said.
Hey, Jimmy, hey, John, love you. But let's break down the stats to kind of go against John. Could you read off, please, what the defensive yardage has been in, I want to say, the last 5 losses? And then could you do me a favor and read off what Jahmyr Gibbs' stats have been in every loss this year? And
he's been bottled up in those games. You're right.
It's been horrible. I mean, we're talking 22 carries on 67 yards on 22 carries. Yeah. And I think we know that with the Giants, yeah, they sure outscored them. But, guys, we're talking the Giants, man. They should have lost that game if it wasn't for a 160-pound kicker, which John loves so much. So, I mean, like I said, guys, numbers don't lie. I love this team to death, but look, man, if you can't run the ball, you can't stop the run. Line of scrimmage define this team. Gentlemen, it's not there this year, and it sucks. It sucks to say that.
5-5, all tied up. Appreciate the phone call. Keep taking these calls. We'll get to Dave in Wyandotte. Dave, good morning.
Hey, how's it going? I got to say I'm half full. Like, we go back to that one stat that no 11-win team's been left out. I'm pretty confident we can win out, and someone will slip down and we can squeeze in. and get hopefully make a run at this thing and try to win it all.
What have you seen to believe that, though?
Well, we already beat the Bears once. We strung together, 4 wins, 5 wins in a row earlier in the
4.
season.
Yep.
Who's to say we cannot do that again?
Right.
Like, put your back up, put me in a corner, put my back up against the wall, and I'm going to come out on top every time. That's my mentality. So I'm half full.
Okay. I mean, it's noted.
Yep.
They had a chance to make a statement in Philadelphia. They had a chance to grab control of the division on Thanksgiving Day. They had a chance to build a bunch of credibility last week. Every time they face these high-end teams, they've lost. To his point about the Bears win, I think we would all acknowledge they're playing a lot differently and a lot better than week 2, and that game is now in Chicago. They went into Philadelphia and picked up a signature win. So, yeah, if they get to 11, the odds say they got a good chance. I'm not sure they get to 11. I'm not sure they would win in Chicago. I'm not sure you can give them any of these wins. The Minnesota game we saw go south already this season.
Well, I mean, I know that since the Washington game, or I mean, so the trip to the Chiefs, it's been every other game since then.
Mm-hmm.
And you could, when you lose, you do have that feeling like your back is against the wall. And for these final 3 games, even if they win, their back is still against the wall. You put this team in a corner, and they are, just like that caller said, going to scratch and claw and fight for every single win.
6 votes for Team John, 5 votes for Team Jim. A bunch of texts we have to tabulate, a poll question that's on our Twitter page, and more of your phone calls. It's 97.1.
That's nothing quite like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. So whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Football season's heading into crunch time, and so is your calendar. You got work, family events, game days, holidays. It's easy to forget that dentist appointment that you've been putting off. So if you want to start the new year with a brighter smile, now's the time. Brightside Dental is always welcoming new patients. $35 new patient special. They can see you often same day. 9 Metro Detroit locations to choose from. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Boy, this latest batch of ticket text, a lot of Team John.
I'm not surprised.
Scoring every sheet. You got 8-2 on this one.
Oh, wow.
That's a huge swing. On the calls, it's been mostly split. John's got 6 votes. I've got 5. Are you glass half full? Are you glass half empty for the Lions playoff push? Let's get to John on a cell. John, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning to you.
How you doing?
Results-oriented business, gentlemen. I'm definitely Team Costa. The thing is, the offense doesn't need to be in a shootout for all these games. Complementary football, and there hasn't been consistency there, I believe, on the defensive side. The entire NFL has injuries, so you gotta adjust with what you have. So that's where I'm at. Go Team Costa. And I'm in Chicago, so the one thing that bothers me, this is Ben Johnson's first year. Look at where they're at. I mean, we're in, year 5 with Dan. I love Dan, but year 5 and Dan and Brad, it's kind of a, bitter pill to swallow. You guys take care.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
How about Mark? Mark, you're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, guys. Hey, this is painful to say, but I'm Team Jim. And I hope they prove me wrong, but they just don't seem like the same team. They don't have the next man up. They're not the nitty-gritty Lions that they were the last 2 years. So I'm glass half empty this time. Sorry. And I hope they prove me wrong.
Me too, for the record. Mm-hmm. I'd love to see this team get into playoffs as opposed to sitting there on the sideline.
Keep your hopes up, Mark.
Thank you. Hey, God bless. Merry Christmas, guys.
And Merry Christmas, Mark.
You too.
Look who's taking the lead on the phone calls.
Oh, well, let's just keep going.
We could stop right now. Stop the count. For people,
I know you're stalling.
For people that don't know, you could look down and see where people are at on this. Like, for example, Bill in Ferndale. I hate that you're going to make this point, but go ahead.
Yeah, hey, I'm kind of leaning towards John. Just want to say I love your show. I always put Led Zeppelin to the side and listen to you guys. You guys are great.
Thanks, Bill.
I would like to start off, though. I'm not blaming Brad for any of this. I mean, we're in a bad way with the injuries and everything. We still won 15 games last year. I don't think it's over with him. But another thing that concerns me, as much as I believe like John does, there's a possibility we may not end up with a winning record. If we don't win the next 3, we go on the road for the last 2, and Pittsburgh's hot. They lead their division. Rodgers is doing fine and a really good defense. So they have a ways to go, I think. And as a true fan, I'm 75, and I've been through the shit times. I'm sorry about that.
Well, can't say that.
No.
How are we counting his vote?
He said Team John.
Yeah, but then he made all the points for me.
Yeah, but he's working his way through it, and his final outcome was, even though it's a tough road, we all know. I'm not saying it's an easy road. I'm believing that this is a team that's going to be able to go out there against Pittsburgh, against Minnesota, and against Chicago. They will have an opportunity to play for that play-in spot against Chicago.
Hey, I want to say something quick about the text siding with John, maybe a little bit. They're swaying that way. Yeah. The people who are trying to support you, some of them have problem putting sentences together.
Oh, you're saying I'm the party for idiots.
Well,
I just told you what's happening.
Yeah, you put 1 and 1 together. So let's just keep going.
The same.
Yeah, keep stalling. Quit stalling. Let's go.
All right, let's get to Shannon in Detroit. Shannon, good morning. Oh, nope. Well, we got to wait a second on that. We'll get to Shannon in a second. See, John's in a hurry. Look, with these votes, we're going to do our best to keep track of calls, the texts, and the poll question. Greg, do we have results on the poll question right now so far?
I do have results on the poll question, and it's very close to the Pistons record. 54 votes in, excuse me. Team Jim, half empty, 74% of the votes. Team John, half full, 26% of the votes.
Yeah. Twitter's always where I go for my positivity.
Yeah, Jim, I'm sorry, John, you actually are winning the Electoral College, though.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
248-539-9797. Dan Campbell's going to join us at 8 o'clock today. We'll get his thoughts as the Lions prepare for the Steelers. Let's get to Shannon on the phones. Shannon, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good.
I wanted to call in and say that I am Team John. I think a big part of it, though, is this classic NFL script we have set up for it.
Explain.
So we have our Lions, unfortunately, with their backs against the walls, pretty easy loaded back end of the season comparatively to the rest of our schedule. And then we have the Bears. You know, lost our OC to them. They're coming in hot. They are the underdogs, the darlings. They're setting this up to be the game.
Mm-hmm. Yep, coming down to that 18th game, 18th week.
Right, and on top of that, last week, I mean, Rams coming out with the win, Seahawks coming out with the win. That sets them up for this week to be a big game. I just think that the script is written a little too pretty for the Lions to not come out with a fighting chance in that final week.
All right.
Appreciate it, Shannon.
Thanks, Shannon.
Even if I don't like your vote, they count all the same. Let's get to Andy in Auburn Hills. Andy, you're on 97.1.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Good. For vote purposes, I am half empty, but this cup barely has anything in it. I don't get why everybody thinks the Steelers game is about to be a cakewalk. Like, they're not fighting for playoff position. The Vikings, the last time we played them, sacked us 5 times. Like, they're not going to do that again. But they're going to have the same game plan, tee off on Goff, blitz, blitz, blitz. And then we have to go into Chicago. All right, good luck. It's just not there. We're decimated with injuries. We just look like crap. When the season mattered the most last week, we did not show up in the second half. It was a completely different team. We can't play a complete game of football. I'm just not even, like, if they made it, that'd be awesome, but I just don't even think there's a chance anymore, guys.
Thanks, Andy.
Thanks, Andy. 8-8. I think we just stop right there. We got to get to Heather's news, right? I mean, that's just how the clock works.
Yeah, I'm reading the rest of them.
Goes, this is half full, optimistic, all the way full, Team John. I'm sorry, we're just out of time. Heather, with the news.
You hang on the line, and we will get to you.
All right, listen to this story, you guys. A man who lost an eye during a violent encounter with Clinton Township Police in 2021 was just awarded $4 million by a federal jury. So back in April of 21, police were called by a person who reported seeing people cutting through a yard. And when an officer arrived, they encountered Daniel Reef, who started running. And you can see from the body cam footage that the officer began chasing Reef while also yelling, "I'm going to tase you, bro." Like, it sounded like he was excited. Like, woohoo, here I come. I'm going to get you. Well, when the officer finally caught up to him, he didn't tase him. Instead, he just started punching him in the face over and over. Reef had his eye ruptured. I mean, he lost his eye. He had facial fractures. He had to undergo multiple surgeries. And he was just awarded $4 million and also $50,000 in punitive damages. So holiday travelers headed to or from Detroit should brace for potential disruptions this holiday season. So the city is obviously a major hub for winter travel delays. It's driven by, obviously, we got a lot of people traveling. So we've got high passenger volume, unpredictable weather, and ongoing congestion at airports and on the roads. So it's predicted by AAA that 122.4 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles from home over the 13-day year-end holiday period. This is from December 20th through January 1st. That's an increase of 2.2% from last year. So a lot of people are doing this holiday traveling. And if you'd like to get out there or you're traveling, here are the best days to travel. Christmas Day.
Okay.
Of course.
Which obviously is not a great day, literally. You don't want to travel on Christmas Day, but it's the best day as far as congestion, people out and about for flights. Or they say early morning flights on the Saturday or Sunday after Christmas are also less crowded. And when it comes to driving on the roads, the busiest travel days on Michigan roads are typically December 22nd through the 24th, with the 23rd being the worst.
The worst.
So just
makes sense.
Just be prepared.
Yeah. Plan ahead.
That's all you can do.
Yeah.
Merriam-Webster just released their word of the year, and it's slop. Slop. And they define it as digital content of low quality that is produced, usually in quantity, by means of artificial intelligence. And if you scroll social media, there's a lot of
See
slop.
a lot of slop.
Yeah. I mean, and sometimes they get you. I was like, this is crazy. This kid's about to be eaten by an alligator. But no, lo and behold, he's not, because he's petting it or whatever. Yeah, it's all AI. And they say they picked the word because it managed to sum up the problem in just 4 letters, and it gave them a fun way to mock AI. I think it's better than dictionary.com. Their word of the year was 6'7".
Yeah, that's dumb.
So slop is better
yes,
than that. The Powerball jackpot continues to rise because no one won Monday night's drawing. So that means the prize for the next drawing on Wednesday will be $1.25 billion. You can buy your ticket in person or online until 9:45 p.m. on the night of the drawing. So get your tickets. And while nobody won the big Powerball, somebody in Michigan did win a $32 million Lotto 47 jackpot. It's huge. The ticket was bought at Wild Bill's Tobacco in Chesterfield, so not far.
No.
It was the largest jackpot in Lotto 47 history. The previous was set in November of 2020 when 2 people split a $32.3 million jackpot. So nobody has come forward yet. So if you bought a ticket, particularly at this location,
check your numbers.
Go check your numbers.
Or a lucky day.
Yeah. So people are obsessed with checking out nudes online. Christmas tree nudes, that is. Yeah, so there's apparently a naked Christmas tree trend.
What does that mean?
Are you standing next to it, or?
No, it has nothing to do with human bodies. It's literally a naked Christmas tree.
So is that like no lights, no
nothing.
tinsel?
That's exactly what it is. There's no ornaments, no ribbons, no tinsel, no bows, whatever you put on your tree. It's just nude.
Before.
Yeah,
it's the before picture.
Apparently, this is like a minimalist thing, a modern thing. It's supposed to be a clean, elegant look, and it's being used by.
It looks lazy.
It
so
looks
you just
like
put
a tree.
up a tree in your house, and you don't put anything on it?
But celebrities are apparently doing it.
Well, if they're doing it, it must be cool.
It's like a less is more thing. So, and people are loving it, apparently, checking them out.
Eating it up. All right. Heather with the news.
Checking out nudes online.
We're going to keep taking your votes. Glass half full, glass half empty. A classic Team Jim versus Team John. It's 97-1.
What's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick, check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right. $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
So I took the last couple minutes to tally up some of the texts that we've been getting.
Yeah.
As he sits waiting anxiously. Yes, John, you're winning on the text by 4.
Yeah.
Which is not a huge margin. Plenty of room for
sure
voters to sway this as the show rolls on. We've been talking about where the Lions are at right now with 3 weeks to go and whether or not you view this with the glass half full or a glass half empty. Are you Team John or are you Team Jim? As they stare down these next 3 games, Pittsburgh leads their division. Minnesota, who's already beaten Detroit. The Bears, who are playing much better than week 2. Knowing Detroit needs help. I hated being in the position where I'm rooting for the Cleveland Browns last week. Nothing could be more helpless. It does things to a person. It makes you feel a little pessimistic.
Yeah.
And John, because I haven't seen the defense step up, if anything, they've gone the wrong way because the run game's not there in big moments. Yeah, I don't expect them to get in. I don't expect them to win out. I don't expect them to get the help they need.
I expect the Bears to lose one of 2 games in their matchup with Green Bay or on the trip to San Francisco. They may lose both. And I do expect that the Lions are going to beat the Bears. I think the Lions are going to win out. And it's because the offense, and we all know this, the offense is going to have to play at an extremely high level. They have been. In large part. Now, it may not be the way that we all want it to be. We want to be able to have the ground and pound and then the play action. It doesn't have to be that way. If that's not the strength of your team this year, you need to adjust. Dan Campbell has adjusted. Now we need to see the defense adjust. If you can't have those corners on an island, if they keep giving up big plays, you're going to have to give them some help over the top. You're going to have to change things up. And I do think that Kelvin Shepherd will make those adjustments.
It's just tough. You're not getting any help at the safety spots with both those guys dealing with injuries. Branch done for the year. Joseph, I mean,
no one said it was going to be easy. No one said it was going to be easy. But here we are, full of grit and passion and an offense that will come through.
Like, I know Doug Karsh loves to cite that the Lions are number 1 in scoring offense. And yet, even after scoring 34 points, they lost last week. Despite the fact that the offense is explosive since Campbell's taken over, they're a 500 football team in this span here where they just trade wins for losses. Hard to believe in that. Hard to buy into that. Hard to give that team the benefit of the doubt.
For you.
For me.
Mm-hmm.
It's clearly a split ticket. 248-539-9797. Phone
Only
calls
on the show.
Phone calls have been tied.
Well, let's quit stalling here.
Okay. Let's start with Bob in Grand Rapids. Bob, good to hear from you out in the west side. You're on 97.1.
Lions have 428 points on offense. The Pittsburgh Steelers have 336 points on offense. I think we can handle them, okay? I think we go 3-0 down the stretch. I'm Team John, and I think either the Bears and or the Packers both go 1-2, and we win the division. Why not?
Here we go.
Hey, look, I mean, everybody's playing a tough schedule down the stretch. Everybody says that Minnesota can beat Detroit again. We're not going to adjust to the blitz. I guess we'll just let them run through free and tackle Goff again. Dan's going to adjust. Maybe they'll switch something up on defense. I don't know, but the offense is going to have to carry us. I say they go 3-0 down the stretch. I say they potentially win the division because who knows how the Packers are going to be. I mean, Baltimore's going to be playing for something. I mean, the Ravens got to play the Packers. If Minnesota can beat us, why can't Minnesota beat Green Bay in Minnesota? I think the Packers have to play them in Minnesota.
They do. They finished the season.
That's
there.
The last game, yeah.
So, everybody, look at San Francisco's schedule down the stretch. They might lose out. Who knows?
Well, we need them to beat the Bears.
We do, actually.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But I can't root for San Francisco. But I can't root for the Bears either.
I know.
This is really tough, but I just
this is what this team has done to you, though, Bob. But Bob, this team, because this team hasn't been better, they've reduced you to doing things you don't want to do.
Bob just said
I understand.
They could win the division, so don't talk them out of it.
No, I'm not. No, we're going to go 3-0 down the stretch. Dan will get them ready.
Hope so.
What really bothers me in this, I want to ask you guys one thing before I hang up. What really bothers me is when everybody plays the third and the fourth place schedule, the first place schedule. If the Lions had a chance to play the Saints and the Raiders early in the season, we would have 10 wins.
Yeah.
But we didn't. And it really bothers me that none of the national pundits never bring up, look, I know the Bears are playing great. They're getting better as the season goes on. They built the trenches up. But they had some really easy games at the beginning of the season and that they barely won. And it grinds me, man. It grinds me.
Bob, the Lions have earned the right to play this first place schedule. And I see it as a great opportunity. And it's tough. There's no question. But again, no one said it was going to be easy.
Sean in West Bloomfield. Sean, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I got to completely agree with Bob on the last call. I'm team glass full. I think that the Bears are, not as good as people may think they are. You bring up points like, oh, they beat the Eagles. Like, okay, so what? They beat the Eagles. The Eagles were on the schneid for a couple of weeks, and they weren't doing much anyway. And what big games have they won? They haven't won a big game other than the Eagles. I mean, they had a stretch of easy teams. They barely beat the Giants, just like how the Lions did. They barely beat. I mean, they lost to Baltimore with Tyler Huntley at quarterback. The Lions are the best offense in the league. Other than Stafford and his team, but at least top 2 offense in the league. If you could score at will like how we do, then you always have a great chance. And I think that with the Bears' schedule, with the Packers, San Fran, and us, and there was another caller that brought up about the script. I've been talking to my boys about it for weeks. I was like, guys, it's going to come down to that last game. This is entertainment. It's going to be Lions-Bears. Winner goes in. And I have my money on the Lions because we have the experience. We have the team. And the Bears, yes, they've got some pieces for sure, but I've watched them play games where they have not really wowed me. They barely beat the Bengals. They barely beat these teams. They're not as good as what people may think.
Sean, I was saying that for a couple months, but I can't deny what they've been able to do.
They've done a great job of turning the ball over. And who's done a great job of protecting the ball?
Their quarterback, Caleb Williams.
No. The Detroit Lions.
Oh, okay. Well, also Caleb Williams.
But let me finish before you like to jump in with your snide and your schmarm.
248-539-9797. Let's get to, that's another vote for you? So You're up 2. Where are we going next? Let's get to AC in Detroit. AC, you're on 97.1.
Good morning. I am completely on Team Jim. This class is not only half empty, I think it's almost empty. They've shown that they are who they are. I don't expect them to go 3-0 to finish the season. And I think I had to get my emotions calm yesterday. I didn't want to call yesterday. I think the bigger issue right now is I think this team is going to go through a rebuild before we are contenders again. This is not working out the way I think everyone expected it to go. And just when you look at the roster composition where they are right now, there's next year and the year after that, the depth is not there. I think this team is in, I won't say serious trouble, but it's just not looking great. It's not looking like we have this, what they expect, this long championship window to be a really good team for a long time.
Appreciate the phone call, AC. Let's get to Calvin in St. Clair Shores. Calvin, you're on 97.1.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
I'm on Jan Jansen's side. I'm gonna be optimistic.
Okay.
I just think that when it all is said and done, I think they're gonna put together 3 wins and get in the playoffs. After that, it's a 50-50 chance for everybody, right?
Yeah, they're gonna have to be on the road the entirety of the playoffs and find a way to beat better teams than that they've beaten so far. But I agree with you. I think and Dan has said this. All you got to do is find a way to get in the tournament. May not be pretty. You just got to find a way to get in the postseason.
I agree. And once we get there, let the chips fall where they may.
See what happens. Thanks, Calvin.
Yeah, look, you're going to play the games. Mm-hmm. You want to see your team win. But if you've watched this team play, you've seen their flaws. You wouldn't really have a reason to believe they would make a run in the tournament if they're in. Because, again, the teams they've played are the teams standing in the way, and every single time the door's been shut in this team's face.
Still going to play the game.
Yes, John, they still will play the games. It's 97.1. The Red Tag sales event is on at Moran Chevrolet. It's the perfect time to elevate your tailgating game with Moran, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Looking to get a truck? How about the 2026 Silverado 4x4 LT Crew Cab starting at $199 a month? That's zero due at signing. Silverado's built for tailgates, winter roads, and hauling it all. Head to MoranExpress.com or stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. We'll talk to Lions head coach Dan Campbell coming up at 8:02. Get some of his thoughts on where the team sits today down the stretch, 3 games to go. We should get the votes behind the glass. See if they're Team Costa or Team Jansen.
Well, I would think the double-digit disco guy would be Team Jansen.
Oh, there he goes. I went 5-2 last week, by the way. Yeah, so I am on John's side. Well,
oh yeah, bravo.
Yeah, I have faith that they can try to correct this defense.
Okay.
I mean, if they don't do anything different, it's I don't know what they're thinking. And maybe McNeil can show up and play.
Well, and yeah, again,
getting the stat line this week. Look, I think this is the perfect game to find out whether they can still do something here. They're
Why?
Because the Steelers are 8-6. Like, you are what your record is, okay?
Yeah, but it wouldn't really prove anything to bounce back off a loss. They've done that all year.
But here's the deal: the Lions, look, they're paying a price for the Vikings loss big time. But they nearly lost that Giants game too, and they're better than those teams.
Right, but they've played down, and their defense has allowed teams to hang in and pull off wins. Like, that's part of why you don't believe, right? Or you shouldn't believe.
No, I think they're a better team than the Steelers, and the Steelers are contending for a playoff spot. So technically, this would be beating a playoff team right now, a team that's in the playoffs. That's been the thing they haven't been able to do. If Aaron Rodgers marches up and down the field against his defense, this thing's not happening, guys.
Greg?
So the following arguments that I've taken via calls have been made in John's favor. The Lions have grit and will bite kneecaps. The Bears haven't played anybody. They play in the NFL, by the way, not the MAC. The script writers will have the Lions in it till the end. And as long as the refs don't bone us. I find those to be incredibly bad faith arguments. That has swung me to Jim's side.
All right.
Well, so you're just going to be influenced by callers? Or instead of your own opinion?
I think the reasoning that is being given
and going through all of the reasons why the offense has been dominant since Dan has taken over?
And the defense left down there too. And
sure,
it's complementary football. If the defense hasn't been there when the offense has been there, they made a special teams mistake.
It wasn't complementary football last year when they won 15 games.
This isn't last year's team. They don't have last year's offensive line.
No, but they're starting to put up numbers like they did last year in terms of scoring.
They're not running the ball the way they did last year. Not in the big spots.
They don't have to do it
games.
exactly like they did last year. The point is they're still scoring a bunch of points, and Jared Goff has been really good. I think that's one thing that we have underestimated or at least haven't highlighted enough is the fact that he has been really good, throwing less interceptions at this point than at any point in his career, and he's done it under duress.
Heather?
I would say I'm Team Jim.
You just don't want to watch on Christmas. You want him to lose this week, don't you?
I don't want to watch on Christmas. I will not be watching on Christmas. That doesn't change how I feel. I just feel like you show us who you are on the field, and I just don't have a lot of confidence. That's all.
Let's get back to the people. 248-539-9797. You're very disappointed in Heather.
I'm not surprised. I'm not disappointed. I'm not surprised.
It's all those dreams she's having.
This is the time for Colin to call in and give us his opinion.
I think he would be on Jim's side, I think.
Oh, you're going to speak for Colin now.
I think.
Guess, yeah.
I don't know.
KC, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Colin, you're going to let your wife speak for you?
Happy holidays to everyone.
Happy holidays.
Yeah. My glass right now I feel like it's half full right now.
All right.
But I feel like the Lions have a chance. They can win this. They can win all 3 games. If the referees don't get involved like they did with us with the Rams when they made that penalty call, that was not a touchdown. That was not a touchdown.
KC, do you think the refs are out to get the Lions?
I believe that a few of them out there is.
Well,
and
then you can't believe they're going to make the playoffs if they got
to
to face the refs too, Casey, right? I mean, if they're out to get them,
right.
Lions aren't going to get in.
Too, because they making these. They always did it to the Lions and made these little messed up calls on the Lions because that was not a touchdown with the Rams. But I think they ought to give the ball more to Gibbs. Give the ball more to Gibbs, and I think they ought to put that guy, the one that be intercepting all the interceptions, Kirby.
Yeah.
If they put him in the game, we can take this game. We could take all three games.
Well, I mean, Casey, they want to put him in the game. They need him in the game. They want him on that wall. But the problem is he hasn't been healthy enough to be able to go in there. So it's not that they're not putting him in. It's the fact that the doctors haven't allowed him, or his injury just hasn't allowed him to be on the field.
Okay, is that the way it is with Laporta and a few of the other
Yeah,
players?
Laporta is hurt. Kirby Joseph is hurt. Brian Branch is hurt. Terrion Arnold is hurt. There's a lot of guys that are out and hurt, but there are other teams in the NFL that are facing injuries as well.
Right. So that means the rest of the team got to step up big time.
There you go. I agree.
And if is Gibbs hurt and is Montgomery hurt?
Nope, both those guys will be playing.
Yeah.
Okay, what about St. Brown?
Oh, he's good to go.
He's good to go?
Yep.
I think we can win this, man.
There you go.
All right. Put you down.
You know what? I got a new name for Gibbs. Supersonic, okay?
Supersonic, yeah.
Not just Sonic.
Yeah,
Supersonic.
Knuckles
All right, man.
and Supersonic.
Happy holidays.
Thanks,
Thank you
Casey.
for
You
taking my
too.
call.
Thanks, Casey.
Boy, the callers are starting to take over, aren't they?
Well, it's funny. Here are the updated results. You are up 3 on the calls. The text gap has narrowed to dead even. Maybe it's just the latest batch that Tom brought in, but we are tied on the text. And where I'm really making some noise is on the most positive place on planet Earth.
Right. The intranet.
Yes. 248-539-9797.
Want to see what Ron has to say?
Yeah, let's get. Oh, look at you.
Well, I mean, he's been holding for the longest.
Ron, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. This is hilarious, but I appreciate the entertainment. It's a rough one to call because you base it, Heather, and you guys making so much a good point. But I'm just going to go right in on how I see it. And I think due to the injuries, they have a good chance to make it to the next level because other teams that we have been beat by, that we make so many emphasis, they barely beat us. By one decision here, there, or player being made, those games is easily changed. And they've been doing it on the limb with hurt peoples all year long. And I feel like if they can make it, they have a much better chance than the close chance we had that we should have won at with 30 minutes with against San Francisco. Now, last year when they got put out, once again, I just say, man, those is hard pills to swallow when it matters. But I think now we in a much better place to win because Green Bay.
I have a hard time feeling like they're in a much better place than being up at halftime in the NFC Championship game with 30 minutes to go, or being 15-2 first round bye and
no, but he does
playing a home game.
He does make a good point in regards to most NFL games do come down to a handful of plays. We need the Lions to make those plays.
Look, we're going to take more votes throughout the show today. We'll talk to Lions head coach Dan Campbell next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Pistons took to the floor in Boston last night for a confidence-instilling 112-105 win over the Celtics in a game that felt like a playoff preview once again. It was sort of a sloppy game that required a lot of grit and hustle, but that's where Detroit exceeds, says Cade Cunningham. That's Cade on NBC after the game. He had 32 points in the win. It was the Pistons' first road game in a 10-game stretch in which they'll play 8 of those games away from home. They're in Dallas on Thursday before coming back to Detroit for a single game against the Hornets on Saturday. Biff Poggi is Michigan football's interim head coach after Sharon Moore was fired and arrested last week. He spoke with the media yesterday and said right now he has one job.
was to love and take care of the kids. And so that's what I'm spending all of my time doing, is loving kids.
Poggi will lead Michigan in the Citrus Bowl against Texas on New Year's Eve. And Dan Campbell will speak with the morning show in just moments here on 97.1. He said yesterday Amik Robertson received an MRI for his hand injury suffered in Sunday's loss to the Rams, and the team should know more on his status today. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Another win for the Pistons last night. They were able to get a win in Boston. Night where neither team shot well. Detroit defends. That shows up every night. Pick up another win, 21-5. Great start. Putting 60 wins in the crosshairs. And this team just doesn't take nights off.
No, they're a fun team to watch. A lot of energy, fast pace, great defense. And I'm just so happy that that's the team that we get to watch every single week, or every single day.
They're a fun watch. We'll also have Red Wing tickets to give away in the 9 o'clock hour. Let's talk to the Lions head coach, Dan Campbell. Dan, good morning. Thanks for getting up with us.
Good morning.
Dan, since the Philly game, we really felt like, hey, the defense is going to be a side of the ball that we can really count on, and it's been struggle after struggle. What's been the toughest challenge for this defense really since you guys faced the Giants?
Yeah, well, I think the big thing has been just the explosives. You know, we've given up a lot of explosive, particularly passes. You know, that's where we got hit a little bit. That started against the Giants, because I'm with you. We've played very dominant against Philadelphia, and then that Giants game we got hit on some stuff, and it's become a little bit of a common theme, and there again, that's the reason being. There's a number of things that play into it, and it's always going to be rushing coverage at the same time. I think we can help those guys a little bit on the perimeter, but certainly we got to play more consistent.
With Alim McNeill, is it that he's not fully back from the ACL? Why do you think we haven't seen more impact from Alim lately?
I don't. I know Mac feels like he could play better. He holds himself to high standards, and we know there's more in there, and sometimes there's a lot of things that go into it, but sometimes you process things a little too much instead of cutting it loose. You're thinking about the look, what is the formation, all these things, but I know he believes he can play better, and we all do. So Mac, he's going to go back to work, and he'll be all right.
When you mention helping those guys on the edges a little bit more, and I know that, hey, when you're on an island, it's tough. You're going to be highlighted. You're going to give up some plays, but how do you give those guys some help? And when you do, what's the risk? Where are you then vulnerable?
Well, I think, you're just a little bit more safety help in some areas, and then you become vulnerable in the box, You become vulnerable in the middle of the defense. You put a lot of strain on the linebackers in coverage, and then you put a strain just on the run game in the front seven. But that's also, we got some pretty good players there too, and that can handle the load. And if that means we put more on Jack Campbell and Reeder and those guys, then we'll do it.
Talking to Lions head coach Dan Campbell, is there a common theme with some of the run game struggles, specifically looking at like the NFC heavyweight games, the Eagles, the Packers, the Rams? When you look back at the tape, is there anything that you're looking at saying, yeah, that's the common theme?
Well, I know this. We haven't been able to run the ball consistent enough against those teams. Some of these teams that have a really good D-line, we have not been consistent enough. And I'm always going to be critical of myself, and, do you call a little bit different types of runs, did you try to give enough variety to help those guys? So, I'm always going to be critical of myself.
At the beginning of that Rams game, obviously you take that first possession down, and you're sitting there at, I believe it was the 25-yard line. It's 4th and 4, and we're all sitting in front of our TVs going, is this a situation where Dan goes for it or kicks the field goal? You decided and elected to kick the field goal. Good or not good, didn't matter. What went into the decision for you in that situation, 4th and 4 in the 25, to kick the field goal versus going for it?
Well, I think for me going into that game, there's always factors. Of course, there's things that I'm drawn to want to go for it more. That's my nature. But I also know there's factors I go into. What are we going to get? What do they have? What are our matchups? But what do we have play-wise? And then protection, all of those. And so that was just a tick out of my range. That was just a tick out of my range to go for it against that opponent with where we were at.
Going back to the run game, you said maybe you could call different runs or different plays. We just wonder if you have the personnel to execute the way you did in previous years. So we keep looking to see, could there be a move made? Is it maybe more Miles Frazier? Is that a guy that you want to see? Maybe that makes the difference up front, because even if you call the right play, if it's not blocked up front, it's not going anywhere.
Well, we're always going to look at personnel. I mean, that's what we do too. I mean, it's we're critical of ourselves, but we look at the personnel and can we get some help in different areas that would make us a better team, or do you stay pat or what? We're always looking at that. But I just think I can always help with, do we need more? Here's the thing, man. I've said this before, everybody's got warts in this league, man. Every team, even the good ones. And so, where can you help supplement an area that may be deficient? Are there, do we need to throw it more? Do we need more perimeter runs? Do we do different style of run? Do we just change some things up? And that's what I'm tasked with. My staff is as well. And so we got to be better. We can be better.
As offensive play caller, do you feel the pressure to have to score on every drive?
Well, I think you get in a game like that the other day, you feel like, and then going in, I knew we'd need to score some points. That's a very good offense, and that quarterback is playing at a very high level, has for a number of years. So we knew we were going to need to score some points. Just, they've done that to every defense they've faced. They've been able to score. So, the other day, you felt like we were going to need to score some points. And really that third quarter crushed us. We go out, we have 3 and outs. That's awful. That's not good enough. And that got us in a bad way.
As you go down the stretch here, does it feel like you guys are running out of time, just knowing you don't control your own destiny and there's only so many games left?
Well, we only we only have 3 left here and so this is it. I mean, we got to win these last 3, and there is no more, there is no margin for error now. We talk about how minute it is. There is none. So we must win. We must win. And that's just fine. That's what we're in this business for, and that's why you love this game, man. It's frustrating as hell, but my God, it's so competitive. And that's what you love about it too, man. So it's going to take every one of us. It's going to take all 3 phases. And you wouldn't want it any other way either, by the way. So let's go.
Who are the guys, whether it's in terms of a leadership role or just performance on the field, that you have to have a great performance if you're going to win these final 3 games? And let's just say the Steelers. That's the one that's next. Who is it that has to step up for you?
Well, I mean, I would name a lot of guys. I would, and there's a lot of guys that do this every week for us, play at a high level. Jared Goff is going to have to play at a high level. St. Brown's going to have to play at a high level. Gibbs is going to have to play at a high level. Hutch, freaking Jack, Alex, Muhammad, Reeder, Mac. I mean, it's going to take everybody. We can't just get away with a few of our guys playing well. It's going to take every one of our heavy hitters to show up and show up big and consistent. And then they got to pull some of these other guys with them.
I do want to ask you about Roy Lopez. He seems to be a defensive tackle that's been very effective for you. Wasn't a marquee signing. What have you seen from him, and what has he brought to this team?
Man, he's been an excellent addition for us. He really has. I mean, he's a force in the run game, man. He's a load. He anchors in there. But then he's quick enough. fast enough, strong enough, plays with leverage to get an edge, you know, and he's a disruptive player, and he's been an outstanding addition for us, man. Really love that guy. And he practices his tail off, too. I mean, what you see in the games, he gives you that every day.
Dan, the Pittsburgh Steelers, they played last night. Want to get your initial thoughts on the matchup, but also, like, how do you watch last night? Because as a fan, you know, we're watching very differently. Are you taking notes? What's it like when you're not playing and you have a chance to watch like that?
Well, actually, I'll be honest with you. I watched after the fact. Like, sometimes I do, but last night I didn't. You know, trying to catch up with the game we just came out of and making adjustments, and then really getting on to the cut-ups before that game. So I haven't even watched it in totality. I've just seen cut-ups of that early this morning. So, but when I do, yeah, I just take notes as they go and look at different things as much as you can from the TV copy.
What is your thought on the matchup this week with the Steelers?
Well, they're a good team. You know, they always are. Coach Tomlin's a hell of a coach. You know, they're competitive. They're always in the running. I mean, the division is up for grabs for them. They have a hold of it. They got a grasp of it, and they're a rugged style defense. They're going to make you earn it in the run game, and they're going to hit you in the pass game. You know, and offensively, they're going to line up in heavy, a little bit like what the Rams did, but a little more downhill, boot style, in your face. You know, they're going to get down and dirty, man. And they've got a quarterback now that's very efficient with it and can you know, throw it around the yard. So, it's a good team, and they're in the running. So we got our hands full.
It's Lions head coach Dan Campbell. Dan, thanks for your time.
All right, have a good one.
Thanks, Dan.
It's 97.1.
Hey, in the Motor City, winter isn't just a season, it's a challenge. And when the snow starts piling up on Woodward and the slush takes over I-75, which is what we experienced last week, you don't need a sleigh, you need a Sierra. This is professional grade capability. The GMC Sierra, built to dominate the job site and upgrade your driveway. Whether you're hauling the family tree or towing the toys up north, and we all know we want the biggest tree possible, and we love taking our snowmobiles, we love taking our shanties, anything this time of year up north. The Sierra delivers the power you need, the tech, and the premium luxury that you've earned. But you need to move fast. Right now, the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are holding their holiday event. This is your chance to get behind the wheel of the truck that defines Detroit toughness. Don't let the holidays pass you by. These offers absolutely end on January the 2nd. Start the new year in professional grade style. Visit your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers today. We are professional grade.
Lions fans, listen up. It's no secret how expensive tickets have gotten. Well, 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila, wants to hook you up. Proud partner of the Detroit Lions. They're giving away tickets to a future game. Go to 971theticket.com. Find that events page for details. Come out, enjoy tequila, and a chance to win tickets to a future Lions game. You know how expensive they've gotten, so don't miss your chance. And don't forget, make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Please drink responsibly. Biggest takeaway, he's putting it on his shoulders.
Well, yeah, I mean, we would all expect that he would.
That's what he's always done.
Yeah. I think the fact that he said we need to get those guys some help, talking about the corners.
Yep.
There's no question that he needs to get those guys some help, and it does put pressure on the middle of that defense. It will make this defense win with 4 up front. And Derek Barnes, Jack Campbell, Alex Anzalone. Hey, the middle of the field now all of a sudden becomes your area. You're going to have to be able to cover tight ends, backs out of the backfield. You're going to have your head on a swivel when they run some of those crossing routes. That's where it definitely stresses a defense. But if you've done what they've said, they've talked about, and when Jack Campbell was drafted, like this, the RAS score, the athletic ability, you need to be able to do that at times. I know that's not what they want to do, but it's what the defense requires at this time. Safeties are going to have to roll over and help those corners. Not every single time. They're still going to be on islands at times. But when that happens, now Jack Campbell, Anzalone, Barnes, all of those guys are going to have to be able to pick up the slack in the middle of that defense.
Yeah, but the first thing you said there is then you have to be able to win with your front 4, and this team hasn't won consistently enough up front. It's why I asked about Aleem McNeil, and they acknowledge that there's more they need to get out of him.
Yeah.
But John, if they don't, they could shift the defense to playing more back-end help, but you can't cheat it. I mean, you only get 11 guys.
Right, and so, and he talked about the marriage of the rush and the coverage. So if you're going to take a little bit away from the rush, you still need to be able to find ways to get pressure with those front 4. Hutch has to be able to win at times. And if you're going to then drop these guys into zone coverage, they definitely have to win on the back end.
Yeah.
And that comes down to communication. That's going to be the biggest thing. And the secondary is very much like the offensive line, where you have to be in lockstep with communication in, hey, I'm rolling over this time, or, where's the void in the zone, and the linebackers have to be a part of that communication.
Look, I mean, it's admirable and it's the right mindset to think, I just got to find solutions around our warts, right? He said every team's got them,
right.
and ultimately good coaches, they aren't working with all pros at every position. You have to find a way each week. But on a basic level, if the line of scrimmage is wearing down or it's not holding up, like, there's only so much you can do. And I know he can't throw the players under the bus. He can't throw his hands up in the air and go, well, sorry, our guards aren't good enough. Like, they got no choice. They got to play a game this week and the week after. But, John, I really do think that's the big issue here is they could come up with the world's greatest game plan. They could call the best call possible on 3rd and 6, and Cologne's upside down and the play's over. It didn't matter what play call you made.
But defensively, okay, what is what they're doing right now working?
No.
Okay, so you make adjustments and find if something works better. And it doesn't have to be a defense that is the offense is going to score some points.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and against one of the best defenses, they put up 34. I would expect, especially at home, the offense would be as productive. So if you find ways to slow down this offense, you don't have Matthew Stafford. Aaron Rodgers is no longer that quality of a quarterback. He's still good. He's still smart. He can distribute the ball, but you're not going up against that. And DK Metcalf is good, but he hasn't had a great season. Like, he's been very underwhelming for the Steelers. So you have to find a way to make adjustments and be better than you were doing it. The man coverage, we're going to put you on an island, just go win.
And they probably will for a week, right? They've shown that.
It's all that matters right now is this week. And then you sit there and say, okay, well, what's working? How can we marry the two? How many times can we put you on an island? How many times do we have that help over the top? And then you find a way to beat Minnesota.
But do you get what I'm saying? It feels like there is no one answer for this team, which is going to make it incredibly difficult to sustain wins. I think that's maybe as good an explanation of why they haven't been able to win 2 or 3 in a row here is there isn't consistency. There isn't one answer. They may patch it up for a week, but then the tape loses its residue and you lose again.
Well, it's up to the coaches and it's up to the players to execute the game plan.
I guess that's what I'm saying is I think it's more on the players. And I'm not trying to let Dan off the hook.
Oh, there's no question it's on the players.
At all. But I'm not going to beat the guy up when hey, we could talk about Brad Holmes in the offseason. If this is what your D-line is, if this is what your O-line is, yeah, he's still got to work his tail off to find ways to win, but he does have an arm tied behind his back right now with how they stack up personnel-wise.
Okay, well then go out there and put together a superior game plan.
And it might be enough.
Out-coach.
Yeah, sure. It might be enough 1 week here, 1 week there. It's been an issue doing that sustainably.
Okay, well, the only thing that matters right now is the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then you go back to the drawing board and you look and you say, okay, well, how did Minnesota beat us last time? And yeah, you're going to have to protect Jared Goff. You're going to have to do those things at a much better level. And over the past few weeks, they've done better. It hasn't been perfect, but it's been better. And if you can be better in that area, then you switch over to the defensive side. How do we stop, J.J. McCarthy and that offense? It's not an offense that has been extremely consistent throughout the course of the year. You got to find ways to make them make mistakes, find ways to beat them. But that's next week's problem.
1 week at a time. 248-539-9797. The biggest conversation of the show today has been all about your outlook the rest of the way. We've had a classic Team John versus Team Jim debate. And we've been taking the pulse of the people. Want to know who speaks for the people. Who is describing your outlook? Are you a glass half full? That's Team John. Mm-hmm. Are you a glass half empty? You haven't seen it. You're skeptical. You're Team Jim. We're going to rev that back up at 8:35. We want your feedback. We've been keeping score. John and I are kind of competitive. Don't know if you picked up on that. We're going to keep score as the show rolls on. We want your feedback. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, according to sources, Michigan State is about to create a double-dip sports scenario for fans next Thanksgiving.
Oh.
So, MSU's men's basketball is planning a major Thanksgiving Day game next year, right after the annual Lions game, immediately following. It will be at the LCA. They haven't officially announced it. It sounds like it will be coming sometime this week because they haven't announced the opponent or they're still working that out. I think they're in final planning stages, but the plan is for tip-off to be right around 4:30 or 5 p.m. So you can go.
That's perfect.
You can go from the parade to the Lions game to the MSU game.
Well, you got to start with the turkey trot first.
Fine. You can run however long it is, a mile or 5. Yeah. Then the parade. It's a long day.
It's a long day
in Detroit, but
Buckle
it's pretty
up,
cool.
Let's go.
Did you say who they're playing?
No, they have not. I don't know if they're still finalizing that, but no, nothing on the opponent has been announced yet.
Okay.
But pretty cool, right?
Mm-hmm.
The last thing you want right near the holidays is the stomach flu. But unfortunately, that's what's happening. Norovirus cases are hitting families hard and spreading earlier this year, according to doctors. So a pediatrician at Children's Hospital of Michigan explains that while norovirus is not typically tested for specifically, stomach flu cases are rising. And of course, it's the classic symptoms of the stomach flu. You got puking, you got diarrhea, nausea, and sometimes a fever. It's never a good thing. It spreads really easily, so make sure you're washing your hands with soap. That's essential. They say hand sanitizer is ineffective against this virus, so really wash your hands with soap and water. They say it lasts around 2 to 3 days, but you just don't want to miss out on all the holiday fun.
Oh.
So I guess if you're going to get it
now
today, and get it out of the way before all the fun starts.
Build up that immunity.
Yeah. A popular U of M student bar in Ann Arbor has had to reprint their menus several times lately following the firing of Sharon Moore. Did you see this trending?
I did. Yeah.
I don't know how long the menu remained like this, but I don't think it lasted very long. But the Brown Jug they've always had menu items that are named after players or coaches
yeah.
from Michigan, right? There's the Tom Brady's corned beef Reuben, Michael Phelps vegan Beyond Burger. There's a Jim Harbaugh meal as well. Like there's a ton of things named after this. Well, for a very brief time, there was a Sharon Moore offering. That was the sampler basket. And then there was, how do you say Paige's last name? Paige Shiver, yeah.
She had an item too?
She did.
So Michael Phelps has an item and she had an item?
She had the cauliflower gluten-free 12-inch pizza named after her, but it's already changed. So it was only on the menu for like a couple of days. So they've changed it now to, let's see, the Devin Gardner sampler platter.
Okay.
So you can no longer order the Sharon Moore. And then the cauliflower pizza is now named after Will Johnson. So it was literally on the menu for at least a day because there's photos of it that went all over social media.
So there were plenty of people that could have ordered a Sharon Shiver combo meal?
Yes.
Okay.
They could have. Sampler platter and pizza.
Okay. Is there an OnlyFans foursome?
You know what? I didn't see that on there.
The jokes, people. There are many, many more.
I think this is the real scandal here, that Paige Shiver has a dish named after her at the Brown Jug. Like I was talking to John. John does not have a dish named after him at the Brown Jug.
No,
John,
there's no bacon platter.
John, how do you feel about this? Like, I want to know, like, do you feel like
slighted?
There's something missing? They're slighted?
On my level of care factor, it's very low.
What if they said, hey, John, we've got this item we want to make for you? How would you feel? Would you be like, oh, hey, that's cool?
Yeah, I would be. That's cool. Yeah.
All right.
Well, the owner's son says the menu is constantly changing, so
who knows? Maybe someday.
There's still time, yeah. On Monday, a federal jury found that a Clinton Township police officer used excessive force during a non-emergency encounter and awarded the victim with $4 million. David Reef, the victim, was left blind in one eye. He had to have his eye removed after he was punched in the face by this officer in 2021. So what happened was police received a phone call about like a suspicious person. We saw somebody wandering through our yard, is what the person said. Well, when cops showed up, they found Reef, and Reef started to run. And they did in court. They played some body cam footage, and the cop it sounded like he was having fun, like, woohoo, baby, I'm going to tase you. Called him bro. Did finally catch up with him. Never used his taser, but decided to use his fist instead punched him in the face. Not only, they said his eye was squished like a grape. Not only did that happen, but he had facial fractures, had to undergo multiple surgeries. And the jury sided with him. He says he's been diagnosed with PTSD and awarded $4 million and then also $50,000 in punitive damages. Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Team John versus Team Jim, 97.1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and I use it every single day. Their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. Here's what they're going to do. They're going to take the time to get to know you, ask questions, give some advice, and then provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me and for my family over the years. So obviously, they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
This is one of our considerations on Team Jim for our anthem down the stretch. We want to know who best represents your point of view. It's a classic Team John versus Team Jim debate. Whose side are you on? It's a glass half full, glass half empty conversation. John, you lay out where you're at. I'll give my 2 cents, and we want to know who you guys feel has the pulse of the people. Who represents your outlook the rest of the way? John, will the Lions make the playoffs?
Yes, and no one is sitting here saying it's an easy path. No one's sitting here saying, well, they haven't won back-to-back games. Why would they do it now? I understand all the difficulties, but I also look at this offense. And now hearing it more from Dan Campbell, I'm even more confident that they're going to be able to make some adjustments defensively. You're going to have to find a way to support those corners. They can't hold up in man coverage as much as they have been asked to do. So, hey, Calvin Shepard, you're going to have to put more on those linebackers. We think Jack Campbell is one of the best linebackers in the NFL. You need to ask him to do more, and he has to be successful at it. I think that they will make those adjustments. This offense against the Rams, it may not be how ideally we want to see it in regards to, well, you got to be able to run the ball and you got to have a 100-yard rusher. Jahmyr Gibbs needs so many touches. Montgomery needs so many touches. I don't care how they put the points on the board. Just get it done. They're not as proficient at running the ball. But what have they found? Jared Goff is having a really good season. He is protecting the football. He's not putting it at risk. He's not turning it over. They put 34 points up on one of the best defenses in the league in their house.
And lost.
You're correct. It's also one of the best offenses in the NFL. Is the Pittsburgh Steelers the Rams offense? No. Is Minnesota and J.J. McCarthy, is he the Rams offense? No. It's the same thing with the Bears. And I understand if you're going to sit there and say, well, the Bears, hey, they're playing much better. You're right.
Yes.
Is Minnesota playing consistent football? No.
No, but better football, and they already beat the Lions once.
They did. And the Bears lost to the Lions once.
Yeah, my point, though, is I just have a hard time believing they're winning out at this point, given the inconsistency from Detroit. So you have a football team that, yeah, they gave up a bunch of points to the Rams. They also gave up 500 yards to Jameis Winston and the New York Giants. This defense just isn't good enough.
Who at one point in his career was a 5,000-yard passer.
Fine, but the point is this defense isn't getting either safety. They're not getting Terrion Arnold. They're not getting enough stops. They're not getting enough pressure. They are who they are.
That's why you adjust.
When teams show you who they are, believe them. This isn't week 1 or month 1. We're into month 3. Mm-hmm. This team has shown you who they are. While they may have the number 1 scoring offense, they can't string together wins because their defense is busted. And in the big spots and the big games, even their great offense struggles to move people and run the football.
So don't have to run the football every single time.
But it's a bedrock foundation of who this football team has been.
It was.
Okay, you want to pivot, you want to adjust. They've done plenty of that, and it's yielded inconsistent results. So I don't feel like this is a consistent football team. They no longer deserve the benefit of the doubt because they aren't doing the things they used to do when they would routinely beat people and go on runs. So as I sit today, I don't expect them to make the playoffs. You know what they've done? John, they've reduced us to a point where I'm watching last weekend rooting for Shedeur Sanders and the Cleveland Browns. A truly pathetic place to be when you are begging and groveling for help from the Cleveland Browns. That alone will do things to a person. I think you have to look at this and say, they're not making the playoffs.
Well, you also look at it and say, okay, well, are the Steelers and the Vikings more like the Buccaneers and the Ravens when you're on the road against them early in the season? Are they more like the Cowboys when you played them that was playing as a really good, high-powered offense? I think they are. And I'll leave the Bears game alone for right now because what I believe is that all you got to do is get to that game with a chance to get in the playoffs. And then it is Dan Campbell versus Ben Johnson. It's Jared Goff against Caleb Williams. It's the matchups that are going to come into play. And my 51, my glass is half full. It lands with the Detroit Lions.
First of all, you have to get to week 18.
Correct.
And that is one hurdle. So again, adds layers of doubt. If they get to that game, Chicago is playing much better than week 2. They're playing like one of the best teams in the NFC. What has Detroit done when they face the best in the NFC? The answer is lose, and lose every single time. So even if they clear a hurdle or two and get the help, and you still have to buy and believe into them on the road in a tough environment with a team, by the way, that's playing clean football. Caleb doesn't turn it over, and they are feasting on takeaways.
Jared Goff doesn't turn it over.
But that is a problem.
Jared Goff doesn't turn it over.
248-539-9797. As you stare down the final 3 games as a Lions fan, what best describes your feelings? Glass half full or glass half empty? Let's get to the people. Let's get to Jay in Walled Lake. Jay, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How y'all doing?
Good.
Good. So, Costa, I'm siding with you. And reason being is because I think you're looking at it from a former athlete's perspective. Like, hey, you line up from anyone, you can go out there and beat them. And that's the mentality of an athlete. But as I look at this team, they just don't have that same spark that they did last year. They don't have that same fire as last year. And it looked like the defense has given up. The defense aren't able to stop any good offenses. And that's been like a kind of a problem throughout the whole season, whether they played Minnesota or the Eagles or Rams or whoever it may have been. The defense hasn't been able to stop anyone. I can't ask this team to go out and, do something that they haven't done since September, and that's go out there and win meaningful games. If they haven't done it since then, I don't expect them to do it now.
You don't think the Cowboys was a meaningful game?
I do think it was a meaningful game, but
so then they won that one.
I mean, CeeDee Lamb, he went out there and had a historical first half before he got injured, right? And that was kind of a big thing after CeeDee Lamb went down. That team kind of fell apart. And, I mean, it's the Dallas Cowboys. I don't want to take anything away from them, but, I mean, they're kind of in a rebuilding phase if you look at it. And I just see the Lions, whenever they are playing any top teams, they do not do well at all. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs, he's been held to like 30 yards in like 5 games this season. That's one of the Lions' best players on offense. And I just don't see him getting it done. I'm sorry, but I don't see it.
Well, when he was getting held to 38 yards rushing the ball, you also had Amon-Ra St. Brown receiving the ball for 164 yards. You had Jameson Williams for 134 yards. There's different ways that you could attack a team.
Well, yeah.
And it just wasn't enough. And when you look at it, I look at it this way. The Lions remind me of the Packers of last year. Very talented, but they got a lot of roadblocks in their way, and they just need to, 1, get healthy, and 2, they have to be coached right. I know we can't let Dan Campbell off the hook, and I know you aren't, but Dan Campbell, after every loss, he says, it's my fault, it's my fault. I want to know how many more times are we going to have to hear it's your fault before you actually get it right. And I don't want to place all the blame on Dan Campbell, but I mean, there has to be something that you can do to get your team on par where they need to be.
Appreciate it, Jay. I'm sure you'll call Jay a bad fan.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I appreciate you always trying to put words in my mouth, but no.
You just did that earlier, calling my supporters, my loyal backers.
I didn't just call him a bad fan.
No, and I think it's important that you can be a good fan and not believe this team gets it done. You're paying attention. You're watching what's happening. You're not happy with the conclusion. You'll root like hell for them.
Even those that are happy with or that are glasses half full may not be happy with where they're at right now.
248-539-9797. Let's get some of the phone calls from you guys out there when we come back because we want to get the votes tallied up. John is leading by, I got 3 on the calls. Tied on the text, although we haven't checked them in a minute.
You got 3 on the calls. I don't know. Your math is not adding up.
I've been doing a tally every time.
I think you've been distracted.
Look, we can't manipulate the results if you call in and just give us your perspective. We'll get those calls next, 97.1.
Hey, stop waiting for a breakdown in the cold, and it's been chilly. Take a time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and, more importantly, safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price. So call today because spots fill up quickly, especially when it is cold outside. Don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and installs generators as well, all at discounted prices. So do it now. Mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
snowy, cold Tuesday. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. We did tally up the votes on the show. I'm winning that 3-2. On the phones, John is leading. On the texts, still adding them up. On, famously, the most positive place on the earth, the internet, Team Glass Half Empty has a big lead.
Mm-hmm. Again, it's always our place to go for some positive feedback.
That's right. We want to know, as the Lions go down the stretch here, are you glass half full, glass half empty? Team John, Team Jim. 248-539-9797. This one says, good morning. I'm with Team John, which is unusual, but Cookie's smarm and negativity are over the top this week. Chuck at the gym. I don't know why it would be over the top. It's kind of a matter of fact. This team is out right now. They don't control their own destiny. The defense has been a problem for over a month. They haven't won back-to-back in 2 months. And anytime they match up against a top-tier team from the NFC, they lose. And the once solidified identity of running the football is nowhere to be found in those moments.
And so they've also had kind of that every other schedule where they're playing Washington and then they play Philly. Like they go back and forth. And they did beat a good team in Dallas who was playing good at that time. But I'll talk about this. Okay, you don't lose back-to-back games. So, and I'm not chalking up the Pittsburgh game as a win. They're still a very tough out. But if they do, is Minnesota on the same level as some of those other teams that they've lost to?
No.
Other
than Minnesota, who they lost to.
Okay, well then you follow up with the Bears, who they beat handily.
How about this? They're going to split with Minnesota and Chicago. Oops, they're out of the playoffs.
Well, not necessarily.
That's how narrow this is.
Packers could lose out. They're still in.
Right.
Or if the Bears lose out and Detroit and that one that they split is with Detroit, then
we'll be reduced to groveling and asking for help. So that puts me on a pessimistic
we are asking
side.
for help now.
Yeah, that's what makes it pessimistic. So that's why it's quote negative. If it's over the top, I don't know what you expect when your team does this to themselves and puts themselves in this position.
Well, you do get to play all 17 games.
The next two games, they play the 27th and 28th ranked offenses in this league.
Correct.
If those teams get to face the Lions defense.
Yeah. You're going to see it. You're going to find out Sunday, seriously, whether, and I know that's an in-between answer. If they can't slow down these offenses, if they allow the Vikings to do what they did to them the last time, this is a joke. I mean,
I would just point out.
They have to do something different defensively, or this is not going to change.
I would just point out that I've had the best read on this team of anybody on the show.
Don't hurt yourself.
Jeez.
Well, I mean, think about it. The last few weeks, I've been spot on. I picked them to beat the Cowboys in a spot where nobody believed in them. I picked Green Bay on Thanksgiving Day when people were saying, hey, they're going to find their way. And I picked the Rams this last week. I've been spot on with this football team.
Oh, wow. I guess we should never just disagree with you.
I'm an oracle, John. Look, I'm trying to lobby for some votes here. 248-539-9797. This text says, please take Costa off the air. He sounds like a Dyson. He sucks.
You part of the Stallions Quorum LLC?
Oh, boy. Drew in Roseville, good to hear from you. Where are you at? You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Cookies, you are just, I used to like you. I don't know what you're doing to me, man. Every word you come out of your mouth is making it worse.
I'm sorry, man. It's just how
I'm
it
just
is.
Teasing you, man. I'm teasing you, Jimmy. Listen, I know you guys had to have a show, and somebody had to be the bad guy, and unfortunately, you're the bad guy. But,
well, he always picks that side.
John. Right? I'm with Team John, man. They're going to get it done. I know if you go by the past to see the future, I guess that's the judgment you're going to go with. But I just figure they're going to figure out a way. They might have to score 40, maybe 50 in one of those games to win. But hey, what do you expect? They got third string corners playing in these games. I mean, they're beaten, they're battered. I get it. I really, if you're going to
that's not going to change. That's not going to change, though.
No, but what Dan said is they are going to change the defense.
Yeah, but you can't make up for. Okay, fine. You want to put more on the back end, then we got to lean more on this front four. Have you been inspired by their ability to get the quarterback?
The front four. Come on, can you guys do something? At least stop the run. Give our defense a chance. If they can't stop the run, their secondary has no chance at all. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And yet you're Team John.
Always. I'm never going to stop voting for my team. I don't care until they say you're done, you're out, see you next year. Then I'll be like, okay, I'll start looking at things. But until that day, I got to go down with my team, man. Go down with the ship. I think Dan Campbell's a hell of a coach, and he's going to figure out a way, and these guys are going to get it done. That's all there is to it.
Thanks, Drew.
You can be a Lions fan, root for your team, love your team, and call it for what it is. They're not good enough. And it sounds like he was making all the points that they aren't good enough.
Season's not over now. You still have 3 more games. And they're going to play 17. You add up the wins and the losses, and you see at that time how they compare to everyone else.
Let's get to Mike in Dearborn. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Good morning,
there?
Mike.
Sorry.
Yeah, how you doing, Mike?
I'm doing all right, just working right now. So it sounds like the Lions need some help, and we got that big game with the Bears and Packers coming up. You really think Green Bay without Micah Parsons is going to be Chicago? No, we need Chicago to lose. And then, so that's one loss for Green Bay. But you know what? I do think the Lions win the next 2 games. But it does sound a lot like Costa's burying the Lions. So I'm going to have to drink that glass all the way. But, John, pass the pitcher and fill that up for me, buddy.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm filling this glass all the way up.
All the way full.
J-Mo with the ski mask is a different man out there. Defense can't see him. He's got that speed. We got Gibbs. We got enough explosiveness to get past these next 3 teams. We don't play the Rams again. We're playing the Steelers and the Vikings. We're better than that. And guess what? I think the Packers actually end up missing the playoffs. Lions win the division in the last week.
Okay. Riding on a lot there.
He said it sounds like you're burying him. You did use the word funeral in your prep.
We haven't done it yet.
No. You haven't done it yet. There's no we in this.
But if it sounds like I'm burying them, could it be, and hear me out on this, they're burying themselves? That my comments are simply a reflection of the way this football team has conducted themselves for the better part of 2 months.
There's 3 more opportunities, aren't there?
There are, John. Not all of the nails yet are in the coffin.
The Rams aren't on the schedule. The Eagles aren't on the schedule. They're going to go out there and play against teams that aren't as good as some of the teams that they've lost to. And I get the whole Minnesota thing, but they also beat the Bears. They put 52 on the Bears.
So let's say they beat the Vikings and even up the score there, but they lose to the Bears and even up the score there. The Bears are playing like one of the best teams in the NFC. We know what Detroit does in those matchups. The end result is we're watching the playoffs on TV, and it's not our team. We're sitting on the couch.
I have a money question for you. Do you think their defense can play as good or get to the level that they played in 2023 in December and January? Meaning, yeah, you're going to give up some yards, you're going to give up some points, but you're going to hold some field goals. You're going to force some turnovers. That's what they did. Remember that game when they clinched the North that year against Minnesota was a shootout. Mm-hmm. But it wasn't like it was on Sunday. It wasn't like it was last year when this thing fell apart. You don't think there's a path of the defense getting that?
No one has said they have a 0% chance to make the playoffs.
But you're building that case.
But yeah, if you ask me where am I at, do I think they're in or they're out? I think they're out. Because a lot has to go well for this team, not only from themselves, but outside of the room and with other teams.
And do they have control of their team?
Yeah. But they've had control of their team week over week, and it hasn't made a hell of a difference.
Right, but the season's not over now. They are going to play these last 3 games, and they have a chance to go out there and be better, perform better, and win.
Brendan, which team are you on?
Team Jim.
I don't need any chuckles from the gallery here.
I was just chuckling at you go from regular voice to voice very quickly.
It's 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Yesterday, Michigan interim head coach Biff Poggi spoke to the media ahead of Michigan's upcoming appearance in the Citrus Bowl on New Year's Eve. Poggi said the emotions are riding high within the program, and he's focused on being there to hear his players right now. Washington's Jed Fish is still the betting favorite to become Michigan's full-time head coach. Michigan State basketball hits the floor again tonight. They'll take on Toledo in East Lansing at 6:30 this evening as a few Detroit natives and Sonny Wilson and Leroy Blyden Jr. from U of D Jesuit High School will return to their home state. Also going on tonight, the Red Wings have finally returned home. After 12 days on the road, the Wings will take on the New York Islanders at Little Caesars Arena tonight. There will be a new face as John Leonard from the Grand Rapids Griffins will fill in for the injured Patrick Kane, who tweaked an upper body injury in Chicago over the weekend despite scoring his 498th career goal. Yesterday, Todd McClellan said Kane will miss the next 2 games. Tonight's broadcast gets started with pregame coverage from Jeff Rieger at 6:45. Puck drop to follow at 7 o'clock right here on 97.1. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Final hour of the show, we've got Red Wing tickets to give away for the 9 o'clock hour. Here's what you're going to want to do. Listen to the entire hour because at a moment's notice, you're going to hear a drop from Gary Busey from Point Break. He's going to say, Utah, give me 2. You win a pair of tickets to see the Red Wings play the Utah Mammoth. Be listening this hour for your chance. If you want to get tickets and event info, NHL.com/Red Wings.
Can you guys get an answer on this? I said this like a month or 2 ago about the mammoth. How come it's not plural?
Mammoths. The Utah Mammoths.
Like aren't all other animal?
Yeah.
No. Fish, deer.
No, I mean for nicknames at least.
Like, is there a sports team that's an animal name that isn't plural?
Minnesota Lynx.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great. That count. It's WNBA.
Oh, come on. Because there's some that aren't plural, but they're not sports. Heat, thunder.
Yeah. Avalanche.
All weather related.
Sure.
Lightning.
Okay.
John, you don't want to do an hour on
animal
team names and
yeah,
pluralization?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Is there is something deer? Or the fish?
I mean, the Bucks.
I don't know.
The Bucks would be the closest to a deer in sports.
Yeah, but that's
the Bucks. Yeah, plural. Uh-huh.
But
fish teams?
I don't. Yeah, the walleye.
Toledo walleye. There you go.
Does that count?
Okay, then.
What's the gyration over there? Jeez.
He was dancing earlier. He's in a great mood.
Greg is?
Yeah. He left. He brought in some of the text or something to us, and then as he was leaving the door, he was shimmying and shaking.
One of those jingles. It's one of those jingles.
I know
that
which
got.
one it was.
Yeah. Greg's
Did
in
you
a
get
good
laid
mood
last
today.
night?
No.
Oh. I was going to ask if it was a nice night, but I don't think I was going to say it that way.
Our conversation with Dan Campbell coming up at 9:35. We're talking Lions football today. And look, as the dust settles from last weekend, you're put in one of 2 camps. Either you're someone who thinks this team's going to make the playoffs. They're going to win out. That's their best path. They're going to make their way into the playoffs. Or you're someone who thinks it's just too many hurdles to clear, both from they got to play better. You're not sure they're going to win out, and they need help. 248-539-9797. And, of course, we're keeping score because why not?
Yeah, and I just would like to note that we have had a number of Team John that you just apparently just don't feel it's time for, and so they've had to get to work and have hung up. So
weird.
Yeah.
Weird how that's happened.
Kind of funny how that happens.
I do have you up on the callers.
Okay.
You were losing on the internet, and Ticket Text may decide this.
Yeah.
Let's get to the phone calls. Let's get to Tim. You're in Wixom. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good morning,
What's
Tim.
up?
Morning. Yeah, first-time caller. Been listening since the beginning of the season. Love the show.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, so, unfortunately, I don't think the Lions have it this season. I mean, we've got a good core. I think next year we can have it. But, right now, Bears have been playing a hell of a season. I don't see the perfect thing happening and having us beat them at the end of the season while they lose pretty much everything.
So I'm putting you down for half empty.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
It seemed pretty obvious.
That wasn't one of those independent
Just
voters
wanna
at the
make
town
sure.
Right there on
hall.
the screen.
Who was the guy? This is several elections ago. Ken Bone, the independent voter, you know what I'm talking about? Greg knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, that guy was not on the fence that just called in. We knew where he was at.
No, he wasn't Ken Bone.
Yeah, he was kind of a cult hero. There were Ken Bone costumes at Halloween.
Greg, you got to understand the fact that John isn't laughing like hysterically right now is a show of great determination.
So what's the verb of that? You got boned?
You got Ken boned. Let's get to Eric in Southfield. Eric, good mornings. Thanks for spending it with us.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. First time caller. Love the show.
Thanks.
And I just want to go back a little ways here. And, let's talk about the big elephant in the room. You name me one team in the NFL that lost both their offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator at the same time and still came back and had a winning season. So I tip my hat to Dan Campbell for managing this debacle that he had to manage because he lost the guts of the engine last year. And I also want to say this. I got a problem with the NFL because last year I feel like Ben Johnson was not in that last game. His head was not there. He was gone. They shouldn't have let them interview those coaches until the end of the season, and I think we would have had a better chance last year.
Eric, that's not how it works. Every team in the NFL has their assistants interviewing the same way the Lions did.
I understand, but I don't think it's right. I think
so you think the Lions should have been – they should have gone against industry standard, should have locked their coaches in a broom
he's
closet.
saying he wants the NFL to change the rule.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that, but that wasn't the rule.
Yeah, change the rule because if you can't tamper with players, why are you going with the coaches and let them finish the season out? And then this is my problem. I mean, I love Aaron Glenn, Ben Johnson, things like that and what they did. But you know what? I'm going to say this. I really am disappointed with them because we had a good system and they left the team to go do their thing. That's their right. I get it. But I just wish they would have said, you know what? We're going to win a Super Bowl before we get out of here. And I think that is our problem. Dan has to retool this whole team from the bottom up, from the whole John Morton debacle and all of that. And, yeah, the defense isn't what it was because you don't have Aaron Glenn there. So
okay, Eric,
I'm going to give him some leeway.
All right, Eric, so I know that you're praising him for being able to they don't have a winning record yet per the end of the season. It is a winning record at this time. But are you glass half full? Do you think that they'll make the playoffs, or are you half empty? You think they're done?
I think they'll make it. I think Dan's going to give the all-out push. I think the players got the heart, and I'm really going for Goff because, this guy doesn't get the credit that he deserves.
Agreed.
And I think, I want it more for him because he's really dialed in, and he really has taken this team and this city to heart. And so I just don't want that to go unnoticed. I think regardless of what happens, hey, I'm going to tell you, I come from the days of the big buck, and we ain't that far off of 0-16. So I am just happy we got a team that's out there and respected in the league, and we're not the laughing stock anymore. So
Eric,
that's my take.
Eric, before we let you go here, you asked a question at the start of your call. You wanted to know about teams that lose both coordinators and what happens. The last team to win a Super Bowl replaced both coordinators that season. The Philadelphia Eagles, the reigning champs, had a first-year offensive and defensive coordinator when they won the Super Bowl.
After the first time that they had to replace him coming off of a Super Bowl, and they didn't win the Super Bowl.
They got the right.
Okay, I stand corrected. But I still give Dan, he's one hell of a coach. I love him to death, and he's the heart of this team. And I think he's gonna get it right. We're gonna go in and manhandle these last 3 games, and we're gonna do what we got to do.
Thanks, Eric.
The right guys were available for Philadelphia last year. They hired the wrong guys 2 years ago.
Yeah,
right.
What's that say? Did he hire the wrong guys this time? Because I don't think Kelvin Shepard's getting enough blame for what's going on here. That's the guy that was going to be an LSU coaching candidate to this defense has gone so far south. And I know there's some injury excuses, but, you got to do something different. What you did the last few weeks is not working.
Right. And when we asked Dan, he talked about getting those guys some help on the edges. All right, so let's see what's different, and let's see if it works.
A couple texts coming in. Seattle Kraken, ? Manitoba Moose.
There you go. Thank you.
All right. On the conversation we're actually trying to have here, this one says, cookies has been too soggy lately, and nobody likes soggy cookies. Team John, Ryan in Battle Creek.
There has been a theme so far this week that you're extra spicy.
Like spicy garlic even?
Spicier than that.
Oh, okay.
There's like a special smarm coming out of you.
Okay. Costa all the way. Most fans don't realize we've been living the nightmare the last almost 3 years. We've been living the nightmare for the past 2 or 3 years. Huh?
If that's a nightmare, I'll take it. 15-1.
Says, we'll beat the Steelers and Vikings, but lose to the Bears. Super Bowl will be Rams versus Bills. Rams win another one. F them picks mode in full effect. There is something to be said for the Rams who were F them picks and were super aggressive and won a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. And then it's not like they had to pay some steep price where they fell out of contention for years. They had 1 year where they had a losing record when Stafford got hurt, and now they're right back in it again as the favorite. The Eagles, who have famously been incredibly aggressive, haven't been concerned about keeping a window open for 4 or 5 years, win a Super Bowl, keep swinging, and have kept the door open for years and years and years.
Ironically, the F them picks Rams have drafted very well. Yeah. Jared Verse, Byron Young, Colby Turner. Yeah. A lot of these guys they drafted.
Mm-hmm. So Cookies using reason and logic makes him a negative idiot, and John using rainbows and unicorns makes him the man. Open your eyes, people. Team Cookies.
All right. Well, I have also talked about the offense and Dan Campbell calling the offense. And I'm not going to let Dan off the hook because John Morton is his hire. And he didn't make that change until the Washington game. So that is still on Dan. This is his team.
We want to know. We'll wrap this up this hour. Team John, Team Jim. It's 97-1.
FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay, or you could track every single stat live. And it's been fun to track all those stats with our basketball team. You can do it all in one easy-to-use app. So download the app now, explore it, find out what it has to offer, because right now is the absolute perfect time to join. New customers are going to get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. And you can bet on anything you want. Take your most confident pick it, and put down $5. You win, you're going to get that $150 in bonus bets. Bet on the players you love the way that you want. Head to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Conversation with Dan Campbell coming up at 9:35. Get the perspective of the head coach. Down the stretch, 3 games to go. Are they running out of time? John, there's still time, to your point. But do you actually think this team's got what it takes? I say no, that's my point. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Greg and Birch Run. You're on 97.1.
Hello.
Good morning, Greg. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen and lady? I just called up to say, win or lose, they are still my Lions. I will never give up on them. I always think they're going to win. I always do.
Mm-hmm. So you're glass half full.
Never giving up on them.
I want to draw a distinction. Just because you don't think they're going to win every single game doesn't mean you've given up on the franchise.
No way.
Right.
Right now, I am in head-to-toe Lions gear, just sitting here.
So you've never gone into a game thinking they're going to lose?
I never think they're going to lose. I know some games there's a chance, but I always think they're going to win. I'm stubborn that way.
Hey, you stick to your guns.
Oh, yeah. Hey, and can I make a suggestion? Can we call it a Lions leap? Because I hate the Packers, and I'm sick of that Lambeau leap thing.
Well,
just a suggestion on my part.
Yeah, well, we need to do it more against the Packers, and then maybe we'll be able to.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Greg.
I did write that down for you.
Yeah, full. Yep.
I did count that for you.
Yeah, that one seemed more full.
Yeah, that's runneth over.
Yeah.
But come on, that guy's opinion. It didn't matter what case you made. That guy's always on that team.
And I'm going with the facts that I'm going to rely on is this offense under Dan Campbell. And I know that everybody's going to sit there and say, well, they're not running the ball like they did. No, they don't have that offensive line, but they've still been able to be productive. They've gotten J-Mo much more involved in the offense. Him, Amon-Ra St. Brown, they are missing the fact that they don't have a tight end to target. And the tight end actually cost them at the start of that second half with the holding call. Like, you are playing from a deficit, but against the Steelers, against the Vikings, and against the Bears, I think this offense is going to simply, and yes, I know when I say this out loud, I hear it all day long, you're going to have to outscore them. That's the goal of every game, right? Score one more than the other. But I do think that this team is going to score 32, 35 or more, and that's what they're going to have to do.
It's a tough life to live in the NFL.
It is, but that's where
you
they're
have
at.
to be nearly perfect. Well, if I'm asking my offense to be nearly perfect and I still have issues up front, no, I don't feel good about that.
But so you had to be perfect against the Rams. They weren't. They didn't win.
Right. They had to be nearly perfect against Green Bay. Right? Green Bay converted those fourth downs. Detroit didn't.
Right, but do you think that the Steelers are Green Bay or the Rams?
No, but I would point out that the Steelers have the same number of wins as Detroit. They're not a patsy.
No, they're not a patsy. No, but they're also playing in a much easier division.
And I look, there's a bounce back component. Detroit probably beats Pittsburgh. Minnesota, while they don't have a winning record, they've already proven they could beat Detroit once, and they've won at least the 2 games in a row here. They're playing with a pulse down the stretch. And with Chicago, we know if they're playing like one of the best teams in the North and they're controlling the line of scrimmage, that's a recipe for a disaster when it comes to Detroit matching up with them.
So the Rams, ironically, went 3 for 3 on fourth down, just like the Packers did. Yeah. You don't think that margin for error is so tight that that's not correctable?
You keep doing this thing where, like, it's not correctable. Yeah, of course you can correct things, but the odds would suggest they've had plenty of chances to show if they would and they could and they haven't, that I don't think they will.
You know, and then it is fact that was a questionable touchdown on Sunday.
Sure, but let's play it out. I want to play it out. I want to play it out.
Let me finish.
Sorry.
The Packers' first touchdown on fourth down, I thought, was quite a questionable catch. I've seen catches in this league that have got overturned or more catches than that was a catch. So I'm just saying the razor-thin error here is, correctable in my mind.
Right, and your playmakers, like when I asked Dan, like, who's got to step up? And I thought he was going to pull the full Harbaugh and name everyone on the roster. But that is clearly where it needs to be, right? It is every single guy. You got to play a little bit better.
What you're saying is that there have been enough evidence in games played this year against good teams that they never do it.
Right.
And you're siding with those odds.
And specifically, you mentioned the Rams touchdown that shouldn't have been a touchdown because did he even catch the ball, let alone get in the end zone? It was a first down play. Even if I say they botched it, it's 2nd and 10, and I watched them march down the field against Detroit. I'm not sure it would have made a difference.
Probably, or if they say caught it, but it was at the one,
they probably punch it in
score.
as
But you always want to play that play because you never know. I mean, when the Steelers won the Super Bowl here at Ford Field, they ran another play down in Indy or the fumble, remember?
Yeah.
But Roethlisberger caught him, and you always want to have the play.
Or how about the Bills more recently against Minnesota? Josh Allen fumbles the ball at the goal line, and all of a sudden Minnesota finds a way to win. Like you want to be able to play the plays. And you're right, Jim. It probably still ends in a touchdown, whether it's 2nd and 10 or it's 1st and goal at the 6-inch line. Might have still been a touchdown. We don't know.
And I'm not telling fans they shouldn't be upset. Like, you get a call is blown like that with time to review, you're absolutely going to be upset. I'm not telling you don't feel that way. I felt that way in the moment. Like, how the hell do you screw that call up? I just don't want to take the leap of like, well, that's not that Tom did it, but that's why they lost the game.
One of the hidden good stats for the Lions was that they were 2 of 9 against the Rams on 3rd down. Their defense. The problem is they didn't capitalize on that on 4th down.
Guys, I'm Team Jim. The Lions are falling down like Jim this morning.
Yes, if you missed the start of the show, Jim offered this up that he took a little tumble down the stairs this morning and might be a little bumped and bruised.
Yeah, I feel twice my age today. Slip and fall on the way down. I'm not going to ice the steps of a composite deck, but I got to do something.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, kitty litter. You got plenty of that around the house.
I got no excuse not to at this point.
Yeah.
You guys loved watching the video.
Oh, yes. I'll replay that in my mind many, many times.
I'd like to see a replay one more time.
One more time, yes.
It was great.
Heather
it was
with
really
the news.
Great. Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. Wayne County police officers were out spreading some unexpected holiday cheer on Monday. This was great. It was during their annual Santa Stops program where officers pull people over randomly, and instead of handing out tickets, they give them $250 gift cards to Kroger. What
That's
a great
awesome.
way to spend a little holiday cheer. You know, a lot of people could use the extra money now. You can get everything you need right there at Kroger. So pretty
as soon
cool.
as your heart rate comes down from the lights going on.
Well, that's exactly what happens is that almost all of the people who were stopped said it was instant shock, right? And then they're nervous. And then when they realize what's happening, they're filled with gratitude and very thankful for being pulled over. And again, this is all part of a program that wants to build positive relationships between law enforcement and obviously the community and providing much needed assistance during the holiday season.
Still going to have that panic attack every time the light goes on.
Always. This is really neat. The 139th installment of the longest running ski jumping tournament in the United States is set to take place in January in the UP. It looks pretty incredible. So this event takes place under the lights of Suicide Hill in Ishpeming and will be hosted by the Ishpeming Ski Club. And according to the club's vice president, it's an incredible event where these athletes are are flying over your head at 60 miles per hour, quote, sizzling through the air like bacon.
Oh, yeah. There's no better way to describe it.
Goes on to say it's visceral. It strikes you in the chest. It's incredible. Probably would be very cool to see. It goes on January 16th through the 18th. And besides the ski jumping competition, there's all sorts of other things you can participate in. There's tailgating, bonfires, food trucks, a beer tent, fireworks show as well. Go check it out.
Yeah, I am amazed at some of the things that people will do. That to me is something I will absolutely never try.
Well, you can't now.
What do you mean?
You need to start this when, it's not a sport you can just pick up at your
calling
age.
Me at my age? How dare you now? I feel like I have to.
John, at your feeble and fragile state, this is just not a good idea.
Talk about the guy that can't even walk down the stairs.
I'm just saying, I think it's a sport, ski jumping, you need to get into.
I could take on new sports. I can build new skills.
Yes, of course you can, but I don't think this is for you.
Oh, wow.
I feel like she's going to motivate you to do this now.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like you're pushing me in that direction.
Well, do it.
Do it. Oh, yeah. See, this is how it goes, right? Yeah.
We'll see there. John, you might want to skip watching the opening ceremony of the Milan Cortina Winter Olympics because it was just announced that Mariah Carey will be performing at the February 6th ceremony. So whether you agree or not, John, she has recorded 19 number one hits, which puts her as the 4th greatest recording artist of all time, right behind the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, and Elton John.
Good for her.
Yeah. Lots of people will be watching and will be there. About 60,000 spectators will be there to watch her perform. Let's see. Merriam-Webster just released their word of the year. For 2025, their word is slop.
All right. Hey, that they only used one word.
It is one word, and they define it as digital content of low quality that is produced usually in quantity by means of artificial intelligence.
Yep.
And if you scroll the internet, you see it everywhere. And it does sometimes, usually you can tell right away that it is AI slop, but sometimes they get you and you have to be like, whoa.
Yeah.
This can't be real, can it? They had a bunch of other words on their list that they were considering. Touch grass, tariff, gerrymandering, but they went with slop.
Okay. All right.
So there you have that. Finally, Martha Stewart has found herself in a little bit of a bagel controversy.
Oh.
So most people eat their bagel either like a sandwich, right, with the top and bottom together, cream cheese in the middle, or maybe open face. You just eat one slice and then the other. But not Martha. Oh no, she eats her bagels in a way that purists have called unhinged. So she shared this unconventional method on Instagram, and basically she says you cut a bagel in half, then you take a quarter of that and you break it into little pieces, and then you put a little dollop of cream cheese on each piece. And she claims that this method always leaves her satisfied and never too full. And she adds that it's very satisfying to eat a bagel like this. And a lot of people had a lot of things to say, like Shirley a Pigeon wrote this, put her back in jail, and Queen Martha, this is a violation of the Bagel Code of Ethics.
So I don't necessarily oppose it.
Really?
Yeah, because I like to add a little bit more cream cheese, maybe some jam to every single bite, even though I've already got it on there. So if you're doing it individually, now you get maximum coverage. I can understand that.
I mean, to me, a
This is
bagel
like
is
a
a quick,
crazy way to eat
easy
it.
thing
Yes.
to eat, and this involves, you almost need a plate or a napkin or something to set all your little pieces on.
Sure, you
But
need
I don't,
a plate
I
or a
don't
napkin
oppose
anyway.
it. No, maybe a napkin to hold it, but no, you can take it on the go.
Yeah,
a bagel's
bagels
supposed to be
grab and
meant to
go.
go, not like this.
Unless you're enjoying
Sit
your
there and
food.
savor every little bite.
Got to enjoy your food.
All right. Heather with the news. Dan Campbell next, 97.1.
Hey, you hear the ads, law firms bragging about some giant verdict, and to them, it's a trophy, it's a number, and it's good for them. But if you've just been in a car accident, what does it really do for you? Here's the truth about David Femininio. He wins big, of course, but he knows it's not about the headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills, it keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference with David. It's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. You can give David a call at 855-65-CRASH or visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. We got a lot of exciting sports moments on the horizon, and America's favorite place to watch all your sports is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels, no matter where you are, for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Mark Champion on the call. Pistons win again, cruising past the 25-game mark. 21-5 now after a win in Boston against the Celtics. John, it's got us thinking about what this team's capable of.
Yeah. And, they're a fun team to watch because they play high energy. Every time they take the floor, it's high energy, it's fast-paced, they play really good defense. So, the possibility is, the record for the franchise is 64 wins. I don't know that they get 64, but 60's on the table.
60's only happened, I think, twice in Pistons franchise history. And look, the team that did it with the record was the 05-06 team.
Mm-hmm.
That nucleus had won an NBA championship, played in 2 NBA finals, but it was also a different era. This era, you got teams that take nights off and the Pistons don't. Pistons are a deep team. They had 3 guys off the bench playing over 20 minutes. They go 9-10 deep. And if they're not doing the load management deal, which they rarely do, they're not going to let anybody off the hook.
Mm-mm.
They're going to feast on teams who have a back-to-back or just don't want to bring it for 4 quarters. The thing I love is the Pistons have a clear identity. And it's defense. This team is tenacious. Blocks, steals, defense at the rim, overall defensive efficiency. You look up all the numbers. They're 1, 2, or 3 in all of these stats.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, you got Cade Cunningham, who was great last night with 30 points, 10 assists.
32, wasn't it?
Yeah. Flirted with a triple-double.
Mm-hmm.
So, a lot to be excited about. I think 60 wins is on the table. They feel for real to me. We're more than a quarter of the way through the season now.
60 wins on the table because they've shown that they can, even without 1, 2, or 3 of their top players, they still go out and win.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're stalling. You don't want to take that last vote.
I know. This one more vote for John. You won the vote on the calls.
Huh.
There's no doubt about that. E in Detroit, will they make it or not?
They're going to make it, and I'm going with the AD of the University of Michigan, Mr. Jansen himself. They're going to make it. The Lions are going to win the next 3 games. I think the Bears are going to lose out. They haven't played nobody. I think Green Bay is going to go 1-2 the remainder of the season. They're going to beat Chicago. The Lions are going to win the division. That game in January is going to be for the division. The Lions will take it, and the Bears will be in 7th place, maybe 8th. They might miss it. They might make it.
E, other than the fact that you're a Lions fan, why do you believe that?
Well, I believe it because I believe that we're battle tested. I believe Chicago haven't played nobody. You give us the Raiders. You give us the Saints.
They went into Philadelphia and beat the Eagles. So
and I give them that.
I don't think we can say they're not bad. Look, I was doubting the Bears for a long time going, they are paper tigers. They're beating up on bad teams. But we got to give them credit that they keep winning. They did go into Philly and pick up a signature win running for almost 300 yards. Talk about line of scrimmage. They'll have the edge when they play Detroit.
And not doing, that week of radio before we get there, but their defense does a great job of turning the ball over.
Yeah.
And so that's where you're looking at, what Jared Goff has been to this point this year. And the fact that this offense has been really good, especially over the last 5 weeks, of not turning the ball over. That's going to be a key component.
Shout out to Jock. He wins the tickets. He will go on Wednesday night for Red Wings and Utah when the Mammoth are in town. We got Lions tickets tomorrow for their home finale against the Pittsburgh Steelers. I guess for me, they're reached a point, if I had to pinpoint it, I would say it was probably right around that Giants game, where I started viewing the Lions differently. That I was no longer hung up on who they were last year or the team that they had been the last 2 seasons. They don't have the benefit of the doubt for me anymore.
Well, yeah, and I think I reached that point earlier than that where I realized that they weren't the team from last year. Like that offensive line, just there was no reinforcements going to be coming, and there's no way to make them execute better.
Just chronicling it, because I took Detroit to beat Philly. So I still had this like belief that they could unlock it. They lost to Philly, and then they didn't cover against the Giants, went to OT, gave up, 500 yards to Jameis and company?
Mm-hmm.
And then from that point on, I just reset who I think this football team is. I didn't pick them on Thanksgiving Day. I didn't pick them last week against the Rams. I gave them the Cowboy game. I thought, that game sandwiched in the middle, they'd fight and claw. There's clearly a fight from this team. They're just not as good as they were. Stoney, we've been doing a lot of Team Jim, Team John today. I think I know where you're at.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to make it, and I don't think it's going to go, win-loss the rest of the way. But I don't think their help's going to come where everybody expects it from. I think the Bears, they're even getting healthier again. Edmonds is now, he's coming back. So it's a sad situation with the other teams. I think the Lions are still a good team, but
Edmonds was there the first time the Bears played the Lions.
No,
right?
I know, but as far as their next few games,
Sure.
their practice window is back for him. I just think the other teams in Green Bay, who knows? With Micah, with Watson,
Yeah.
they can still do it. The good news is I'm usually wrong. Although I remember, remember how much crap I took for suggesting that this team might go 11-6.
Now it's the best case scenario.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got flipped on its head.
Yeah, like you.
The video from today.
Yeah,
I showed
he got
it to
flipped
him.
on his head.
I'm airborne at 5 a.m.
And, Stoney, you can probably imagine how kind we were to him.
Well, I'm glad there was no video of me walking my dogs on Sunday or Saturday night with the driveway all icy, and I took a
slid right down the driveway.
Pretty much.
Did the moat stop you?
No, the moat's on vacation.
Oh, the drawbridge was up, so that's what stopped you. Yeah, crashed right
Does
into
the
the
moat
drawbridge. Yeah.
freeze over this time of year?
Yes, it does.
Oh, you don't bubble it?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
All right. Must be tough for those alligators in there.
I know. I mean, hey, Cindy feeds
They're
them.
tough.
Cindy
Yeah.
feeds them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
So you guys got Jared Goff today.
We got Jared Goff today, and we'll ask a question. Maybe a question that Ian Eagle of the Peacock Network, who was doing the Pistons game nationally last night, asked about our basketball team.
The Pistons.
Mm-hmm.
We gave them a little bit of love today. We
Sure
started
we
the show
did.
talking about them after
Yeah.
my fall, and we spent a
Yes.
couple minutes on him here. Like Stoney, we asked, is 60 wins on the table for this team?
Mm-hmm.
You would say,
Yes.
yeah.
The only thing to dissuade you from that is they haven't played most of the tough teams in the West yet. But other than that, they're the number one seed in the East.
I know. I was looking at they don't play Oklahoma City until like late February.
Yeah,
So
Finals preview.
I know.
could be
Yeah.
But the only two teams with 20 or more wins, right?
correct. Correct.
Were you watching when they previewed? They had a graphic come up.
Blaha?
Yes.
Okay, I love how Blaha just doesn't give a rip anymore. It's incredible.
Kelser asked him, Spurs Knicks for the finals of the NBA Cup. He goes, "Who's going to win, George?" And George goes, "I don't care."
Later in the game, he's like, "You don't want to mess with Stewart. Come get him, Jaylen Brown. Come get him. Come fight him. See what happens." Blaha, man. It's 97-1.
Gator is out today. Stoney is in.
What up, Doug?
I got to tell you, you look disheveled.
I always look disheveled.
No, you look more disheveled than normal.
Oh, why? Because I'm wearing my Seattle Supersonics hat.
Yeah, but it's almost like falling off.
Well,
and
my
your
headphones
are
my headphones are not exactly.
You've got broken headphones that are
Yes.
taped together. You've
Yeah,
got the hat that's
whatever.
falling off the head.
Hey, I'm a homeless person. You know.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of have that look.
Yes. By the way, I forgot to ask you this, not to throw any shade at your boys, but how's my favorite car child doing?
She's doing great.
Good.
My daughter thinks Stoney is the absolute best. She just loves Stoney, and she's doing very well. She moved home Sunday, so we've got her at home here for a couple of weeks.
Oh, good.
And getting her readjusted to things like bringing your trash in from the car.
Yes.
And no, do not leave that half-finished Coca-Cola can in the middle of the living room. There was a towel, a haphazard towel.
Yes.
And so there's some adjustments.
I get it.
Yep. But it's good to have her home.
It's funny. My wife and kids have to deal with that, ask those questions about me.
You're the problem?
I'm the problem.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Yes, indeed. So we'll talk with Jared Goff today at 10:30. Get into what went wrong against the Rams, how they can get the run game going, what he has to say to people that don't believe this team can put it together and make a run. All that at 10:30 here on 97.1. What a Piston win last night, huh?
Wow. There was a time during the game where, all right, I saw this movie before the last time they played in Boston where Derek White gets hot and, Jaylen Brown is unstoppable. But, man, the depth that the Pistons showed last night, I mean, I'm disheveled because I left my notes by the desk, but I believe the bench outscored Boston's like 47-14.
They had 47 points off the bench. I don't know what Boston's was.
Yes.
And look it up.
And they out-rebounded them, too, by a great amount off the bench. And guys were making, contributions. Javonte Green with a three and a thunderous dunk in, was it Brown's face or White's face? I forget which one.
Javonte Green has gone from a guy that I had no idea why he was on this roster.
Not one of my favorites, I got to say, but he played good last night.
I have a very important critical metric that I rely on quite a bit. It's called in games I've watched.
Oh, yes.
And in games I watched early in the year.
IGIW. How's his?
Yeah. In games I watched early this year, I was like, Javonte Green is terrible. I have to admit, in games I've watched recently, he's making some plays. He did have that three and that steal and thunderous dunk was awesome. It was awesome. And the Pistons, look, when you're playing the Celtics, you know what you're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
High volume, 3-point shooting. And that's what they do. They just launch from three over and over and over again. And last night, they went 1 of 18 in the second and third quarter.
Yeah, the Pistons got sucked into it early like they always do because, with the exception of Duncan Robinson, the Pistons are not a great 3-point shooting team, although Kate had 6 yesterday, which is not the norm. And I don't like when they shoot a high volume of threes, meaning the Pistons.
It's not their game.
It's not their game, exactly. And the Celtics have this way of the leprechaun in that building seducing you to do a lot of things, especially taking threes. And that's what happened early in the game.
I feel like this is something that takes you back to your childhood.
Well, the leprechaun does, but that's not the threes.
So Boston is third in the NBA in 3-point field goal attempts, 43.3 per game, and Detroit is third from the bottom at 31.7. It's funny because the Piston teams that have won NBA championships in our lifetime have done it unconventionally.
Oh, yeah.
The Bad Boys, a very physical brand of basketball it felt like the league really rejected. The going-to-work Pistons were defense, spread it around. They were lack of a superstar kind of way. It was against the grain. It was unconventional. And if this team does it, it's going to be unconventional because they just don't rely on the three-pointer in an era where the three-point shot is emphasized. But the other thing last night, and it's something that I love about him, and hey, look, I get that there's some people out there that don't love NBA basketball. They like it the way it was. Again, this Detroit team's a bit of a throwback. Their effort on the defensive end, I don't care what Jaden Ivey's offensive stat line said. Watching Jaden Ivey's effort and get into you defensively, I mean, this is it's almost like they're playing a college brand of basketball.
Yeah, and it's going to be dependent. Unfortunately, the success that they're going to have or lack thereof in the playoffs, I think it's going to be dependent on how the games are going to be officiated. Because the Pistons are going to be the most physical team out there most nights. And if they get into foul, even though they have a lot of depth, they can't afford to get in a lot of foul trouble. Well, last night, they got away with it. Cade got 5 fouls, with about, 9 minutes left in the game. It was his fifth, and they had to take him out for a little bit. But
I think they went on a 7-1 run as soon as he came out of the game, which was awesome. But they're 21-5. They have the best record in the East, up 2.5 games on the Knicks. Now, Boston still doesn't have Tatum back. He'll be back in January or February.
Maybe.
Yeah, I was reading some stuff on his. They're shooting for January. If I were them, I wouldn't push it at all.
No.
But we're not them.
Correct.
and we don't have that guy. And then the other thing is just as you look at the big picture, you zoom out and look at the big picture, I wonder, as time goes by, do they need to make a big trade deadline move?
I do think because in the era that we live in today, they do need somebody who can shoot threes better than anybody they have, with the exception of Duncan Robinson.
So you don't think what they're doing now can win you an NBA?
An NBA championship?
Yeah.
No, but then again, I don't think anybody's going to beat Oklahoma City, so you could say that about every team in the league. But
is getting a guy that shoots threes going to make you beat the Oklahoma City?
No, but
then why even do it?
Well, I can get him in the finals, I think.
Which is worth it. I mean, I think that's something you have to be realistic about your goals,
Right.
and you have to be realistic about your own roster, and you have to be realistic about what's going on given the injuries in Boston and Indiana.
You're right. Look, if they can somehow, and I'm not talking about marketing, I think is a reach. I think they'd have to give up too much to get him. I don't want anything to do with Anthony Davis. But Trey Murphy's the name out there who can shoot from three. He plays with New Orleans, and you might have to give up an Ivy and Holland or a Soar. And I would give up, for Trey Murphy, I'd give up Ivy and
I don't want to give up Ivy. I think I'm going to be an Ivy guy. The more I watch, the more I'm okay with the fact that he isn't always scoring the way he did. I think we're talking about reintroducing him to the game. I'm becoming an Ivy guy. If I had to part with somebody, all right, and I don't want to part with Asar Thompson. The only one I'd probably part with is Holland, and maybe that's an easy answer, but
I mean, like Asar Thompson was very frustrating last night because he was getting the ball in a few different possessions late in the shot clock, and he's not the guy you want the ball with late in the shot clock. And he's going through this thing right now. I mean, free throws last night, I think he was like, 2 for 8 or something. He didn't even look like he was close at the free throw line. He's such a great defender, but crunch time, I don't want him with the ball. And I don't think, you play him and Holland. If you have both of them, offense, defense, you can make some substitutions because they're both not offensive players. But I think in today's NBA, you need somebody. Can you imagine how good Cade would be if he even is better than he is right now? If they had another person who could stretch the floor a little bit and give him even more spacing. Wow.
Well, yeah. I mean, does that person take some shots away from Cade, which is fine. I mean, we're not here in the business of running up Cade's points per game. We're in the business of trying to win games. But I mean, Cade is so money. He's so money, and he's another classic example, by the way, that if somebody doesn't impress you by halftime of their first game, he's not a bust. You can't come. I mean, there's so many calls about Cade being a bust early in his career, and again, last night. You go to the fourth quarter, and what did he do in the fourth quarter? Derek White got all the attention. He had 14 points, went 3 of 6 from 3 in the fourth. Cade made a bunch of buckets down the stretch to counter and led the Pistons with 9 points. And I don't know if he still leaves the NBA in fourth quarter scoring, but he did for a long time.
Yeah, and he had 10 assists again.
Yep. 248-539-9797. I will tell you that the Pistons made a strong run at Champ of the Weekend. Champ and Chump posted on our website. You can check it out at 971theticket.com. Who the people selected as Champ and Chump of the Weekend. If you want to talk some Pistons, love to hear from you. Of course, we do have open lines. And Jared Goff joins us at 10:30. A little bit later on, Ian Eagle said something on the Peacock broadcast last night, and I want to know if you think it's true. We'll play that for you today at 11:05. Later in the show, it'll be the best of what Dan Campbell told our morning show. It is Carson Anderson, Stoney in for Anderson here on 97.1. FanDuel is the number one sportsbook for same-game parlays, from points and rebounds to threes and assists. FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. FanDuel, they say, play your game. Well, my game is not the same-game parlays, and right now, I would recommend you don't use the same-game parlays for this offer. If you are a new customer, your first $5 bet can net you $150 in bonus bets. That's right, bet $5, and if you win, you get $150 in bonus bets. So that's why I wouldn't do a same-game parlay, which are a little bit of long shot. I would go with a money line bet on a heavy favorite. You won't get a big return on your $5, but you get your $150 in bonus bets. Then if you want to play same-game parlays, you can play with the bonus bets that you earn. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The first online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson. Pistons got a lot of votes for Champ of the Weekend. Did they win it? Check it out at 971theticket.com. Also, Champ of the Weekend there. We are with you on a Tuesday. Jared Goff coming up today at 10:30. But we want to give this team a lot of love given the way that they have played. And again, another big, exciting win last night as they go to Boston and beat the Celtics. 2-1 now against the Celtics this year. Is that right? 2-1?
Yes.
Yeah.
They won the home opener, and then they lost the game where Cade had to make 3 free throws to tie it. He only made 2.
Yep. In the meantime, stoked and fired up about this team's start. And I mean, I can't wait to play what Ian Eagle said at the end for people who missed it. And I don't know how many people watched the Peacock games, but it was something that I think will be very interesting to see how Detroiters feel about it. That coming up today at 11:05. Let's go to Robert in Southfield. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Robert?
Good morning, gentlemen. I want to talk about the Pistons, of course, since you're on the subject.
Yeah.
Remember, there's only 2 trades that I can remember that helped the Pistons win a championship. The first one was the Adrian Dantley, Mark McGuire. Adrian Dantley was like a black hole. Feeding the ball. He ain't trying to move the ball around, nothing. That's the first one. The second one was the Rasheed Wallace deal.
Yep.
When we got Rasheed Wallace. This team, we don't need none of that. We just need to stay the course. We got, 12 people, maybe 13, something like that can come in and contribute. Why would you try to trade for anybody? Like my father always said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, okay, you just cited 2 trades that put them over the top, right?
Correct.
But you don't want to make a trade here.
What? I'm just saying, no, I would not.
Okay, can we revisit what you first said for a second? Not to pay completely down memory lane, but if you do remember, in '88, the Pistons were hosed of an NBA championship that Adrian Dantley was a part of, and he would have been the Finals MVP if it wasn't stolen from them by the Phantom Foul.
That was only because Vinnie Johnson and they collided. And
no, that was the year before. That was the year before. That was '87. And I always wonder in a great what if the Pistons would have won the championship? Would they have still traded Dantley afterwards?
That's a slippery slope right there.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, for this squad right here, I wouldn't trade for nobody. I wouldn't. I'm just being me as a GM, as an outside GM looking in. I wouldn't trade for nobody.
Okay, thank you, Robert. I'm not sure I would either. And it's something, Stoney, it's part because when you put together a core like this, a young core that's playing this well, I think about, okay, if this group stays together, do they win a bunch of NBA championships? Or do you go all in for 1 year, and is this the year to do it? I mean, is one trade for one player, depending on who that player is, mean that they beat Oklahoma City? Or do you just say, I'm okay with just taking more steps this year and trying to keep the core together? If, there's a needle. Needle, it points slightly that direction. I'm okay, and we don't have to make this decision in the next 10 minutes, but I'm okay with the Pistons staying the course and not breaking up this young core. Would I get? I mean, I just said if I were to get rid of anybody, it would be Holland. But I'm not in any rush to get rid of him either.
No, look, I don't think you're in a rush to get rid of anybody on this team because they're still going to be really good. They're still pretty damn young, okay? Mm-hmm. However, if you want to, and look, nothing's guaranteed. If you really want to get to the NBA Finals, they need more scoring from the outside. They do. And as far as,
why?
Because I think that's the way the game is played.
It is the way the game is played. But you say if you want to get to the NBA Finals, they have the best record in the East without it.
I know.
So you're not buying them yet.
No, I'm not buying them yet.
Okay,
as far as being one of the top team in the East, I want to see how they play against some of the teams in the West, because the records I think would change a little bit.
If they have to play teams in the West that others have had to play.
Right.
Yeah. And I mean, it does suck that they don't play OKC till the end of February.
Right.
And the one thing about it is that's going to be misleading is if the Pistons are still playing at this kind of level and Oklahoma City has the Pistons coming in, they'll be like, oh, this is a big game playing the best team in the East.
Oh, yeah.
But
And
for
they
the Pistons, it'll mean everything. For Oklahoma City, it won't. So even a win might be a little bit misleading.
And they haven't played the Knicks yet, I don't believe. And they played what, Cleveland once and got beat badly. Cleveland's struggling right now for whatever reason I can't figure out. So, and the whole thing about, winning a championship, this is a problem that this league is going to have because I personally believe Oklahoma City is going to win at least 3 championships in the next 5 years. They are so good, so young, and have so many draft picks. They're a dynasty, a mini dynasty.
Well,
in the making.
Do you expedite your growth process now by trying to go, hey, yeah, we're going huge and we're going to go get Giannis? Or do you go after Lauri Markkanen? Or do you just say, we'll just keep – and you're right, when they start playing teams from the West, we'll see what happens. They play some of the better teams from the West. Here's the feedback coming in. Pistons are so worth watching and talking about. Unreal that they are our best chance at a championship now, how things have changed. I think we've got actually kind of 3 kicks at the can with basketball when you include the 2 college teams.
Oh, yeah.
And one is playing out of their minds right now. The Pistons aren't ready to make that splash trade. There's a real chance they don't need a splash move, and what they have is the answer. One dumb move in the NBA will destroy everything.
Yeah, I don't see Trajan Langdon making a dumb move, even if it was, even if they get Murphy and have to give up Holland and Ivy in a draft pick or whatever. And look, you have to throw in Tobias as well. You don't know what that does to the locker room, but you have to give up to get. I personally, knowing Trajan Langdon and just watching him from afar to a certain extent, I don't think he's going to do anything major.
I don't really think we need to trade our players. Can find a 3-point shooter for draft compensation alone at the trade deadline. That's from Eric. It's possible. Javonte Green may be the steal of the offseason for anyone. He fits this team perfect. He's made for it to the point Duncan Robinson isn't even needed on this team.
Oh, well, that I completely disagree with because unless you're going to, get Trey Murphy or somebody who can shoot. Duncan Robinson, he's been better than I thought he was going to be, but he's their best 3-point shooter. You have to have that option, even if you don't shoot a lot of threes, just to space the floor and have a threat of that. Because you don't want to live and die on, Ivy and LeVert's threes, Tobias Harris's threes. Cade was really good with the 3 last night, but you don't count on him being a great 3-point shooter.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of an overstatement.
Yeah.
They don't even need.
I mean, something a little known, interesting thing about last night's game is they won that game without a double-digit point or rebound performance from Jalen Duren.
Well,
which doesn't happen very often.
It doesn't.
That shows you how deep this team is.
And they really did play well, get a lot of production off the bench. Karis LeVert has taken some hits from people, had a pretty good game off the bench. Yeah. And yes, Javonte Green was good.
Yeah.
I give him a ton of credit. And there's a guy that I was not a big fan of in the games I watch category. Mm-hmm. But 248-539-9797, Piston Talk. Yeah, they are very, very good. Again, best record in the East. I have to make a correction. Ian Eagle wasn't on the broadcast last night. It was Noah Eagle, his son. Yes.
Right, yeah.
So I apologize for that.
It's okay.
I missed on that. Nice kid.
Yeah.
He is a nice kid.
Yeah. Nepo baby.
I got a chance to hear.
I know.
Get to know him a little bit when they do Michigan games.
He sounds older than his father. He really does, if you think about it.
I'll have to go back and try and listen to him side by side. Ian Eagle and Jim Spanarkel are names that come out during the NCAA tournament. Oh, here's Spanarkel again.
Oh, yeah.
And then the next thing you know, you got Westwood One Radio, and there's Bill Frieder.
Bill Frieder still does. Wow.
I think so.
Spanarkel. See, I remember watching Spanarkel play it.
Of course you do.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Straight ahead, we'll talk with Jared Goff, Lions quarterback. Oh, I know some people have given up. What does he have to say to the people that have given up on this season? That is next here on 97.1. All right, that was interesting. Lions quarterback Jared Goff. So, look, I think he put together or put forward a face of confidence that they can get this done. Although, again, he basically keeps reverting back to being focused on one game. Wasn't particularly interested in convincing anybody otherwise when we asked him to do so. No. But do you think people out there understand the confidence, lean into the confidence, are as confident as he is, or do you think it's just the way athletes are wired?
I think it's the way athletes are wired. You would never expect him to say, I don't know, it's gonna be really tough. I don't know if we can win 3 in a row. It's like, they would never say that. Now when and you have too, we've been around Lion teams and other teams in the past that are just not very good teams. And when you get to this part of the season, they used to joke at, when they played at the Silverdome, I-75 eyes. They couldn't wait to go down to 75 and get the hell out of here.
Mm-hmm.
So and even then they never, we still want to win games. We're athletes. That's what we're paid to do and all that. And a lot of them, that's true. People definitely expect the players to be as, irrational, emotional, care as much as they do. And they do care, but they're just not irrational.
Well, you know what they are? It's like Jansen. I asked him, how many times going into when you played for the Redskins, how many times did you go into a season and think we were winning it all? And he said, every season.
Yeah.
Every season. There is something that about when you're a professional athlete that you believe that you're going to win it all. You don't give up. And it's probably part of what gets them there, what separates them when the littlest minutia can make the difference between a guy who's making it in the league and a guy who can't make it in the league. Stuff like belief in self
absolutely
goes a long way.
And the other thing is, for a lot of these guys who play on teams that obviously have been eliminated already or are not very good, their motivation is their individual tape. So they can either get an extension or they're playing for their livelihood.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't think the majority of fans understand.
No, it's a good point, right? Because if you're a player who is, you're even if your season's done,
right? You're
playing for a contract.
Yeah.
You're playing for your next contract.
Correct. You're playing for other teams to see you and say, hey, I want this guy.
But very few players get to just retire on their own terms.
No.
And so you're always trying to play for that next contract. Now, let's be clear. The Lions are not there. They have something to play for.
Oh, yes.
And if you missed yesterday's show, as we laid it out, the Lions basically only need 1 and maybe 2 upsets to win this division.
Correct.
One of those upsets might be Detroit over Chicago. And that's why I said maybe 2.
Right.
The other one would be Baltimore over Green Bay. If chalk holds, and this is why, we're not wish casting a playoff bid here.
No.
But, if Baltimore can beat Green Bay, Detroit very well could still win this division if they run the table.
Correct.
But, they need to take care of their own business. And at this point, you can't say that there's any givens with this team.
No.
I fully expect them to beat Pittsburgh on Sunday, okay?
So do I.
Yeah, and that's
it's not going to be as easy as a lot of people, Steelers coming in, they suck, it's going to be a blowout. No.
I don't believe in the whole, if they lose, they're absolutely winning the next game, but I do believe that there's something about the way this team is programmed and the way Dan Campbell coaches them that they do respond to adversity. And if you extrapolate that, and that's why I asked Jared the question, over the final 3 games, everything is a must-win.
Yes.
Pretty much at this point. Mm-hmm. I suppose it's possible if they don't win them all, but then they need a lot more help.
Correct.
So does the same thing that's made them bounce back after losses, whatever that gear is that they find, that the way that they seem to respond to adversity, which I can get it if it drives you nuts. Why do they have to lose games to bring out the best in them? Because they don't just win, they cover. I think of the 16 times they've done it, they've covered 15 times. That's a pretty amazing stretch that doesn't feel like a coincidence.
Right. And even in the games where they've lost in the win-loss thing, the only game where you can really say they played like total crap was the Minnesota game here.
Yeah, I mean, I hated the defensive effort against the Giants. That was really disconcerting.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, like the defensive effort against the Rams, yeah, it was what it was. Rams are slicing and dicing just about everybody.
Pretty much.
Having happened against the Giants was bothersome. But does the same gear that they can find, that intangible that they have, apply to having to win out? It's not the same thing, but it's very similar. And it's maybe why they have belief. I don't think you should have to lose to be your best.
No.
But it doesn't feel like a coincidence that they essentially blow people out the week after losses.
I think they have belief because they believe, and many fans believe, let's start this week, that they're better than the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
And they believe that even though they lost at home, they are a better team than the Minnesota Vikings. And they believe, based upon what happened early in the season, that they're a better team than Chicago Bears. They genuinely believe that. No matter where the game is played, they are better than those three teams.
248-539-9797. Look, I guess it's probably because of what they've done the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
That means more to me than the 50-year history of letting people down.
Yeah.
I mean, it's more than 50 years. But the history of not getting, but I think what's happened the last couple of years, the big games that they have won, the ability to dig deep, to overcome adversity, that's why I not only don't give up, I strongly don't give up. Like I'm firmly not giving up on this season.
Look, and I mentioned this yesterday, and you said, why did you bring that up again? And then I saw what he did last night, and he wasn't great. And statistically, he was pretty good, meaning Aaron Rodgers. He was 23 of 27. I mean, I remember a Sunday night where the Lions needed to beat the Packers here at Ford Field to make the playoffs, and they didn't, or to win the division. I don't remember what it was. We've seen that cretin come in here and do crazy things, to this franchise when the Lions desperately needed to beat the cretin. Aaron Rodgers has a history. Now, conversely, a few years ago, they had to win in Lambeau to make the playoffs, and the Lions find out an hour before the game or whatever that they were out, and they still won and beat Aaron and the Cretin and his team. I don't know. I keep calling him a Cretin.
I don't know. I'm kind of liking it.
He's a great quarterback.
I thought they had slayed the Aaron Rodgers thing. In the end, I'm looking at this. They won the final 3 games against Aaron Rodgers.
Well, but Kirby Joseph's not here anymore.
Well, Kirby Joseph
owned Aaron Rodgers.
He really did. But it felt to me, Aaron Rodgers is not a factor anymore. Like in terms of if Aaron Rodgers comes in and plays well, that's fine. I don't feel like Aaron Rodgers has some magical spell over the Lions organization anymore.
I know, but as a fan, that stuff, resonates still.
It doesn't with me.
Okay.
It does with you, though.
Yeah,
huh?
of course.
Kang, are you scared of Aaron Rodgers?
I'm not scared, but it's happened before.
I wouldn't discount him like you are. Yeah. I think you think like it's, dude, you know the history. So
Hold on. No, what I'm saying is I don't feel he has some magical spell. Him coming in is, to me, a quarterback wearing number 8 for the Steelers. He's not.
No, he's Aaron Rodgers to me.
Okay.
He's always going to be A-Rod.
Doug brings up a great point, though. He's not 12 anymore.
Ooh.
Oh, number 12.
Just when I thought you couldn't bring up something even less relevant, you did.
Yeah.
No, well,
that supports your argument, though.
So we thought we slayed the Dragon as well when they beat Green Bay and knocked them out, kept them out of the playoffs, and I thought so too, Doug. But you don't watch Game of Thrones, so in Game of Thrones they killed the Dragon as well. Then he freaking came back as a dragon zombie. So I don't know, man. Aaron Rodgers, if he's got one more kick in the schnuts, it's of course going to be against the Lions because that's what he's done his whole career. So if you told me Monday and I didn't watch the game, hey, by the way, Aaron Rodgers did it again. He threw a Hail Mary to DK Metcalf and they beat the Lions. I wouldn't. Would you be shocked? I wouldn't. It's Aaron Rodgers. It's the Lions.
If the Lions lose this game Sunday, I'll be shocked.
I don't know why you would be. I honestly, you know the NFL, man.
Well, I do know the NFL, which is why, I mean, as much as anything can shock you in the NFL, I fully expect them to win this week.
It's funny because you literally said in back-to-back sentences, nothing is given with this team, and then you said you fully expect
I know,
them to beat the Steelers.
Yes, as much as you can in the NFL. I'm pretty damn confident. I mean, if you look last week, you said it, Kang, during the week. You think the Rams are going to win, and there's nothing wrong with that. Do you think the Steelers are going to win this game? It's early in the week. Maybe you're not ready to make that call yet.
Let me ask you this, Doug. If the Lions,
let Kang answer the question.
I think the Lions are going to win, but I'm not as confident as you are.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead, Stoney. Sorry.
if the Lions, I would have taken everything back. But let's say the Lions would have won Sunday.
Yeah.
And knowing their history of every other game, would you still be as confident in the Pittsburgh game?
Yeah, look, I mean, Pittsburgh's a good team, but I don't think they're a great team.
No,
I don't think
either do I.
Detroit is actually playing like a great team.
And it looks like T.J. Watt probably won't be playing.
Yeah.
Which helps.
Yep. So, I mean, bottom line is I have more faith that the Lions can find another gear than Pittsburgh can at this point, but short week for Pittsburgh as well. That usually works in your favor. So we'll obviously have a lot of this week to discuss it. And you went Cretan.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
All right, coming up, want to play what Noah Eagle said at the end of the Piston game last night. And you tell me if he is correct. Get to that at 11:05 on 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. When speaking with Costa and Jansen this morning, Lions head coach Dan Campbell detailed some of the team's running game struggles against the top teams on Detroit's schedule this season. Campbell did not provide an update on corner Amik Robertson, who left Sunday's game early with a hand injury. He told the media Robertson had an MRI in the hand yesterday, and they're hoping to get him back, but they would know more today. Hopefully, Amik can return for Sunday's must-win game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Tonight, Michigan State basketball is back in town to host the Toledo Rockets. That game starts at 6:30. It was also announced today that Tom Izzo will be involved in the unveiling of the 2027 Detroit Final Four logo this week, alongside MSU Athletic Director Jay Batt, Lions President Rod Wood, Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan, and others. Izzo will help the NCAA and Detroit Organizing Committee unveil the logo this Friday morning at Ford Field. And the Red Wings are back in action tonight. Despite missing Patrick Kane, they will go for their 5th win in the last 6 games tonight right here on 97.1 against the Islanders at 7 o'clock. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, some feedback regarding the Jared Goff interview.
Okay.
From an unnamed texter, I wish he could understand why fans are not confident instead of scoffing at it. They have lost to every playoff team they've played. That's not true, whoever sent this in. They defeated the Chicago Bears, who are in the playoffs. They defeated Tampa Bay, who are in the playoffs. They're 2-4 against playoff teams this year, which is not great.
No.
The ones that really hurt are obviously the Green Bay games because they're in division. But, I mean, look, I don't know if he scoffed at it as much as he wants everyone else to believe the way he believes. From an unnamed texter, I don't think I've ever heard Jared say that he's pissed off about anything until that phone call. It shows me he still wants it bad, and the team is going to show up Sunday. Yeah, Doug, they didn't lose 2 in a row, but they didn't win 2 in a row either. Well, this is true. They have not won 2 in a row, but, well, they have won 2 in a row. It's just been a while.
Yes.
They also haven't been in a have-to-win situation. And I'm sure they've wanted to win all these games and give everything they can, but I like the way they respond to adversity. We'll see if it brings out the best in them and more than just after a loss down the stretch here. From Scott, it wasn't that bad. In fact, you added fuel to his fire. If it works, see if you can piss him off next week, too. You know, Jared, people are saying they want Stafford back. Your thoughts? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. But he's always been really good with us, and I do appreciate, his candor. And I do think he got pissed off. Remember, he got pissed off at Skip Bayless. We were quoting him. You might not have heard that, Stoney, because obviously you're not in every day. But he got pissed off at a Skip Bayless comment about the Lions. Was that last year? I think it was last year. But anyway,
well, he's one of thousands.
Well, and he got pissed off about he didn't use the words, but remember he got pissed off about the was that TV show where the hit piece on Brian Branch, NFL Turning Point or whatever? Yeah. Was Louis Riddick going to break down? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anyway, I like it. All right, so we opened the show and we talked a lot about the Pistons. Nice win last night in Boston, 112-105, to improve to 21-5, the best record in the East. They're up 2.5 games on the Knicks. Now, Boston still doesn't have Jason Tatum back. They should have him back before the year is done. But Noah Eagle, after the game, as the Pistons were dribbling out the clock on Peacock, had the following to say. Okay, Detroit Pistons basketball is, quote, all the way back. What does all the way back mean to you? And do you agree with that? all the way back, that sounds to me like NBA title contender. What is all the way? That's how I would use all the way back.
All the way back to me means they are a contender to get to the Eastern Conference. They're an Eastern Conference Finals team, so they can get to the NBA Finals. They're not a championship team.
I would not use all the way back.
No.
Until I thought they were an NBA championship
Correct.
contender.
Right.
That's how I would use all the way back.
Okay. So,
I mean,
so in your mind, are they all the way back under your definition?
I don't think they're all the way back
Good.
yet.
Me neither.
But, however, I mean, I guess the question is, if you think they can win the East, are they a championship contender? Is a team that can go to the NBA Finals not a championship contender? Is there any way, under any definition, that a team that is a strong candidate to make it to the NBA Finals, not a title contender?
Well, technically, yes, because they will be in the NBA Finals contending, there's that word, for the NBA championship.
I mean, I guess we don't want to get wrapped up in the semantics of it.
Correct.
Yeah, just, do you believe what Noah Eagle said last night? Are the Pistons all the way back?
Are they as good? So we're back to the 2004 run. That team's 6-year run of Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
They can. Not quite.
The Pistons are the third favorite in the Eastern Conference right now.
And the Knicks in Cleveland, I assume?
Knicks are plus 270. Cleveland's plus 410. The Pistons are plus 500. But I feel like that's strong wording when you say the Detroit Pistons are all the way back. And you know, I want to know if Piston fans believe it. 248-539-9797.
I think they're back to being a relevant franchise in this league completely, because they weren't from 2009 till last year.
What's really reassuring to me is that last year we saw a basketball team that wasn't very good in the middle of December. It was right around this time of the calendar where they turned into one of the best teams in the NBA and got on this incredibly hot streak, went to the postseason, and played a series against the Knicks that felt very winnable. They didn't.
No.
But the Pistons had, I think, 3 straight playoff appearances where they got swept.
Correct.
And they were in the postseason, but they were quickly.
They were robbed of one game.
Yes. But
still.
But
they were competitive.
They were legit. They felt like and looked like a legitimate playoff team. Start this year, 2 things. One, it's a stamp of legitimacy on what happened at the end of last year. It's pretty clear that last year was them truly turning some sort of corner. 2 is they are building confidence and a swagger that I can't wait to see them take into bigger games against a fully healthy Pacers team. Fully healthy Celtics team, against OKC in February.
Or they haven't played the Knicks yet. I can't wait to see that.
Yeah,
because believe me, the way the personalities of the Pistons are, they have a little chip on their shoulder about that series, I would assume.
Yeah, so they've got they don't play the Knicks till Monday, January 5th at LCA.
A few weeks.
Yep. But I mean. I hope Noah Eagle's right.
Yeah, of course.
I hope by my definition of all the way back, he's right, that they're an NBA title contender.
Right.
It's cool to get a proclamation like that from somebody outside of Detroit.
Exactly.
Yep. And then, it's a sign of respect. It's a sign that, and look, they had glowing things to say about the Celtics too, don't get me wrong.
Right.
But, Detroit doesn't feel like a fluke. 1 year later, after this thing started, I think we can have a legitimate conversation about them being the best team in the East. But your point earlier, they're the best team in the East record-wise. But an analysis of their schedule doesn't show a lot of teams on the Western side of the ledger that are.
I mean, their best win is what, at Houston in Game 2.
Okay, do you have the schedule in front of you?
No. I just happen to remember that.
Because Houston's the 5 seed in the West. Who else from the West that's worth a crap have they beat?
They beat Memphis. I know that.
Okay, Memphis is the 9 seed.
They beat Dallas in Mexico City, who they play again.
Dallas is outside the playoffs.
Right.
So they haven't beat Oklahoma City. They haven't played them yet. Denver, the Lakers, or San Antonio.
Right.
Those are the top 4 teams in the West. They haven't played any of them.
They beat Portland. Let's see. Okay, so here's the.
Yeah, Portland's out of the playoffs as it stands right now.
Okay, so they lost. Here's who they've lost to. They've lost to the Cavaliers.
Mm-hmm.
They've lost at Boston.
Yep.
They've lost Orlando at home.
Mm-hmm.
At Milwaukee. That was
game,
frustrating. They looked like the old Pistons.
That was
their one bad game.
I was upset about that.
And they lost the opener at Chicago.
Right. Which, in retrospect, I probably should have been more upset about that too.
Yeah.
So they haven't played any of the top 5 teams. They've played one game against the top.
Right.
They played one game against the top 8 seeds in the West.
Correct. Now, here's the deal. They go to Dallas Thursday. They're home Saturday night against Charlotte. And then they go west. At Portland, at Sacramento, not great teams. At Utah, they beat them here. At the Clippers, at the Lakers.
Well, at the Lakers will be one of their first.
Yes. Then they come back and play a good Miami team that they've beaten once, and then they go to Cleveland again.
248-539-9797. Are the Pistons, quote, all the way back? We'll talk to the people next here on 97.1.
Despite what T.J. Lang says, this is a great Christmas song.
Is it?
Yeah, T.J. Thinks Bruce he screams and yells and all this kind of stuff. So he
Doesn't
mentioned
he kinda
something in Crosstalk yesterday. He gave me crap for that. So I sent him some videos from the weekend when Bruce showed up with little Stephen Van Zandt and did some other Christmas songs, and he was not impressed.
He was not impressed with those either.
Which is fine. People thought I'd get so defensive. I said, no, music is like comedy. It's subjective.
Yeah. Well, I know you'll defend your guy, though.
Well, no, I'll defend the people's right to hate him, too.
Fair enough. All right, so talk with Jared Goff last hour, talking some Pistons now. If you didn't hear Noah Eagle at the end of the Peacock broadcast last night, we played it for you last segment. As he said, quote, the Detroit Pistons are all the way back. All the way back. Are you on board with that? 248-539-9797. Will, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Will.
Hey, sir, how you doing?
We're good, Will.
I think we're all the way back in the context of which he said about the grit, the grind, the physicality. I would need to hear the whole thing to see if he mentioned anything about being contenders or coming out the East or championship. But based on what you played, I think we're back to that, physicality, that grit, that grind.
That's a good point.
Well, the thing about it is you're right in terms of putting in the context of what he said. I would not use the term all the way back until I thought they were absolutely a title contender. But that doesn't mean he's wrong or I'm right or anything like that. It's just in my definition of all the way back, I still have to see more, But
I got you, sir. I got you.
Yeah. I mean, we just cited the top 8 playoff teams in the West. The Pistons have played one of them. And so their record might be better than other teams in the East because they've simply not played some of the contenders out West. And the East is a little bit, I want to buy in and love everything, but you can't dismiss the Tatum injury.
No.
Halliburton injury.
No, you can't. They lost to Orlando. I don't think, did Boncaro even play that game? I don't even remember. Orlando's pretty good, too.
To be fair, the Pistons went through a stretch where they had nobody. It felt like the whole team was hurt.
Oh, yeah, that was the emergence of Dennis Jenkins.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Larry is next. What's up, Larry?
Hey, happy holidays, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I've got a couple observations and a couple questions. First, you can't tell if they're all the way back because in-season ball is nowhere comparable to playoff basketball. But for their defense, they play awfully, awfully hard, and they're awfully, awfully deep. My question is, will that translate to the playoffs? I will hang up and listen, and thank you.
Let me ask you a question, Larry. Why wouldn't it?
Sure.
Why wouldn't playing hard transfer to the playoffs?
Well, I had the observation. I'm a long-time basketball fan. I had tickets for 25 years. I opened up the Palace. I went through that championship, the 04 championship. There's a different mindset amongst these players. Yes, they're going to play hard to get. They're going to play very hard to get one of the top 4 seeds, so they play home. I hope that answered your question.
So the difference, I think, is that while the Pistons play their asses off and play hard, there's a lot of times in this league that their opponents, especially in the regular season, don't. Once you get to the playoffs, it's play hard team versus another play hard team.
They're all out. They're all out 100%.
So a couple things here. That's the biggest. It's a valid question. I want to see what your answer was, because my answer would be, are other teams going through the motions a little bit? And I have stated it before. I think they're trying. Don't get me wrong. But when the Pistons play Oklahoma City in late February, if the Pistons are still hovering around the best team in the East, I can guarantee that deep down it means more to the Pistons than it does to OKC.
Mm-hmm.
And OKC, the Pistons are trying to set the tone. They're trying to establish themselves. OKC's established. They know that their bread is buttered and the money is made in the postseason.
Correct. And the other thing that might differ in the postseason, can you get away with having a 10-man rotation in the playoffs as much as you can in the regular season? do you want your better players to be on the pine more?
You mean, do you want to rest them more?
Yeah.
In the postseason or in the
Yes.
regular season?
In the regular season, I think historically teams shorten up their benches in the postseason.
Yes.
And part of the Pistons' strengths in the regular season, as we saw last night with LeVert and Javonte Green, is their depth.
Okay, I'm not quite sure how this works against Detroit.
Well, because I don't think you get tested. I don't think you have that advantage in the playoffs as much because I don't think you're going to use that depth as much. So that.
Well, I think where that see, okay, I look at it the opposite.
Okay.
Because of the depth, your guys don't have to play as much during the regular season.
Okay.
And don't have as much wear and tear when they get to the postseason.
That's definitely true.
248-539-9797. That's where I thought you were going at first, but hey, look.
That's a good point by you, as Dan Miller would say.
As who, Dan Miller?
Dan Miller. Good point by you.
Having Dan Miller's approval is important to me.
Damn right.
Let's go to Mike. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. Happy holidays. Love the show. Love the topic.
Thank you.
So I would just say that they're not all the way back until they win a playoff series convincingly, which will probably happen this year. But more importantly, and what I'd say to that caller's excellent points before me, is that when our depth and great defense not translating to wins in the playoffs, that is exactly that is your antidote to teams splashing the ball over the place. One of the biggest problems with Duncan Robinson, I love having him out on the floor, but what happened in that game last night, for example, Jaylen Brown's just going to go at him.
They went at him.
And so what I would say is, in terms of, and this is what I would say to every Pistons fan that thinks themselves, because we had this conversation when Jason Tatum got hurt, and that was actually a topic on I think probably Valenti's show. He said, well, what about Derek White, right? And you're finding out that you have a choice. It's a crucial moment in the Pistons development because, quite frankly, I see us as the OKC of the East. Not that we're at that level, but we're OKC light in the sense that what do we have? We've got some pretty good stars during developing into that kind of player, and you would throw so much depth that the super teams that are assembled with three great stars that don't have the depth to play with you will really have trouble with you come playoff time. And so to say, well, you know what, I would love to go get Derek White and give up Ivy and Durant. Maybe you might have said that last year when Tatum got hurt. But now think about the price. So I say keep the pieces together, be happy with what you've got, and if the right opportunity comes in free agency, add that piece that way where you can find a guy that can hit a three but not be a huge defensive liability. And that's where I'll leave you guys and love the show. Thank you.
No, thank you for the phone call. Look, I mean, obviously you're getting into a little bit of what their next move is.
Right.
And their next move, I am not really that motivated to make a trade at this point. I am becoming a bigger fan of what I think Jaden Ivey is going to be, even though it's not always showing up in the stat column.
They need another shooter because when the Pistons had some trouble last night in some of the games is when teams go zone against them because they don't fear, especially when Robinson's not on the court.
The Pistons shot it pretty well last night.
Yeah, they did. Well, Cade made 6.
Well, that's his fourth quarter stats. Only Pistons went, 13 for 36 isn't that great. Cade was 6 of 10. But Tobias was 0 of 5. Jaden Ivey was 1 of 7.
Yeah.
But I think Ivey's going to be fine. I know we haven't seen like consistent high-level play on the offensive end. I think watching him get his legs back defensively.
He's going to be fine that way. I don't want him shooting 7 threes a game, though.
Probably not. You know, you get to a point where if you shoot 7 threes a game, you have to wonder, did I get 7 threes because the other team wanted me to shoot 7 threes? But he did knock him down last year. I'm going to have to bring that up and just double check this. But yeah, it wasn't last year. Yeah, he shot 41% from 3 last year. Now, maybe that's an outlier in his career.
Right. It was a smaller sample size because he got hurt
30
New
games
Year's
in.
Day, right?
30 games in. I think it was before that, wasn't it? Maybe it wasn't. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Noah Eagle last night said the Detroit Pistons are all the way back. Are you in that camp? Also, we'll get to the best of what Dan Campbell told our morning show coming up in the next hour. It is Carson Anderson. Stoney's in for Anderson on 97.1. That's what we're talking about. Do you think they are, quote unquote, all the way back, the Pistons? 248-539-9797. And what does that mean to you? Kang, what does all the way back mean to you? And do you agree with that?
So when you first hear that statement, I think it's easy to say no because you think all the way back means, man, are they going to win the championship? Or are they legit contention to win the championship?
Yeah.
But I think you got to look at it like this. If you take a step back and say, well, they have the best record in the East, I think we can safely say they have a decent shot at coming out of the East.
Yes.
And at that point, you got to say they're all the way back because they're in contention then. Because I don't care if you think OKC is going to walk away with it. That's totally fine. Then that means no one's in contention but OKC.
Right.
Then no one's all the way back. But I think if you have a chance to make the NBA Finals, then you're in contention just because once you get there, anything can happen, right? So I think with that being said, they're kind of all the way back. I mean, they're the number one seed in the East. They're definitely a force to be reckoned with. I think teams know now you're playing the Pistons. You better buck up, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, like I said, the first thought is no, of course, because they haven't done anything yet. But realistically, if you think they have a chance at the East, they're kind of all the way back.
You know, the 2004 Pistons probably weren't considered a contender in the NBA Finals against the Lakers.
That's probably true.
I mean, if you really think about it, they were not given a chance in that NBA Finals.
You're right. If you think they can make the NBA Finals, which I do think they have a chance to do, then yes, I guess they are contenders.
Yes.
And I think Noah Eagle is saying, listen, they're the number one seed. That means, this is the old Pistons when they were always the number one seed, right? That 5 straight years, the Eastern Conference Finals, all that stuff. 6, yeah. I shorted them one. That's how good they were.
Know.
That's how extraordinary that run was.
People forgot the year before the Carlisle years, they were in the Eastern Conference Finals that one year, yeah.
Feedback coming in. Unnamed texter says, all the way back means legit contenders, and I totally agree. Another unnamed texter, all the way back means to me that the Pistons team is one of the other teams to look at and go, oh, God, we got to play the Pistons? That's going to be tough.
Yes, it's good because it's going to be a dogfight.
Brad from Howell says, I don't know if they are all the way back, but what I do know is I haven't watched a Piston game in years before last night. What a fun game. I will watch more.
Wow, so he didn't watch even in the playoffs last year?
So, Brad, I mean, they've been non-competitive for so long. They've had playoff teams that were clearly not going anywhere. They were first-round fodder.
They were one of the worst organizations in sports for about 15 years.
It was really easy to check out and not pay that close attention to the Pistons.
Yeah.
It was not nearly as painful.
Yeah.
And as people have come back and sampled this core, okay, led by Cade, but you watch the way they play. Like Beef Stew had a basket last night on a rebound where he just ripped it away from a